Wow, new recording. I think it started, I hope. Alright, then it's gonna be a bit easier to upload on YouTube. I'm not gonna have to worry. Certain man. I hope it saved the VOD. Hold on. Hell yeah. Alright. When I woke up, snow was piled up on my body. Why was I sleeping here? I don't feel cold at all, but this is far from comfortable. I needed to find a place to get out of the snow. Is that Asian Hawk? It must be. There's a tower in front of me. I should go inside. I made myself a bit louder. Oh, playing Psychedelica of the Ashen Hawk till sunrise. Holy shit. There was no one in the tower. That's perfect. I can relax here for a while. At first, I thought I was still half asleep, but I soon realized that was not the case. It seemed like I didn't have any memories. Couldn't even remember my own name, so it was rather troublesome. Well, if it's really necessary, I'll remember it eventually. As things were, I had more things at hand to deal with. My right eye hurt quite a bit. I touched it and felt a deep wound. Oh dear, now my hands and face is ruined. Sat there daydreaming for a while. I did nothing and simply waited for time to pass. It may not seem like it, but I didn't desire this degenerate life. Numerous times I made up my mind and went outside, but I always found myself back at the tower's entrance for some reason. Couldn't be helped if I kept coming back. This was not my desire, but I can't help but live a lazy life now. How long have I stayed here? I saw no one, I talked to no one, I touched no one. I was beginning to think as myself as rather ethereal. Did I really exist here? It seemed like I was a ghost. I continued to live each day with only primal instincts. Humanity seemed to be losing ground in my mind. This cramped tower reminded me of a prison deep in my memory. Soon I began to fear. I didn't know what I feared, yet the emotion remained. At this rate, I will...
Yeah, konnichiwa.
Seeing my ears had given way, I was starting to hear things that weren't there. In that case, maybe my eyes had gone bad too. I saw a clear mirage of a man in front of me. The man had this mark on the back of his hand. The birthmark almost looked like a clematis flower.
僕は君を恨んではいない。
Damar started to talk. I suppose it could be fun to play along.
ただ、魔女の望みだった君自身の物語の終焉を見届けに来た。このサイケデリカの世界でのね。
サイケデリカ。
人の願望が生み出した幻想と呼ばれる世界のことだよ。
What a nice mirage. He was answering all my questions.
いつか君のもとへ子供たちが現れる。君はその子供たちの行く末を見守るんだ。それだけ伝えに来た。
It seemed like he would communicate with each other, but I had no idea what this man was saying. He was probably saying something important.
ところで、君の名前を聞いておいてもいいかい？
What a strange thing he asked. Didn't have any memories, and yet he was asking me for my name. Well, I suppose I couldn't remain nameless forever.
吐いたか。
A name came to mind, so I said it. Not bad. I'm Asian Hawk. Did you say that's who I am? Oh? Why did he look surprised? This time he laughed. He was surprised and then he laughed at my name. What a rude mirage he is. For the next few days, I spent all my time daydreaming. Why did I call myself Asian Hawk? I've already completely forgotten why. Asian Hawk. Hawk. Imagine a hawk flying freely in the sky. What would the ground look like if from above? I should give it a try. I should be able to see similar scenery from the top of the tower. What a coincidence. There was already someone there.
そこから飛ぶつもりかな。それはさぞ気持ちいいだろうね。
Oh my god, that's a fucked up thing to say. Called out to the boy who was about to fly away. Perhaps it surprised him. The fearful face he made while looking at me was not a good feeling.
いつか君のもとへ子供たちが現れる。君はその子供たち。
I think I'm hearing things again. Setting that aside, I couldn't allow such a young child to end his life.
しかしやめておいた方がいい。見たところ君の背中に羽は生えていないようだ。地面に落ちるのはあまり気持ちよくはないからね。
It may sound bad to say this, but the boy looked wretched. He was thin and dressed in rags. There were even rather large burns on both of his arms. That was no reason to forsake him. I brought the boy back into the tower. It was warmer than out there, and I think there was some food left. All I have is bread that is as hard as a rock, and ice-cold vegetables. But if that's alright with you, please be my guest. Surprisingly, the boy ate through everything immediately. Even I would be hesitant to eat any of this. Either he was quite the glutton or he'd been hungry for a long time. I was betting on the latter.
ん？
どうして俺に食べ物をくれたの？
That's an unexpected question. I didn't know how to answer that. Couldn't just be because the Mirage told me so.
私にも君と同じくらいの子供がいるらしい。とてもそうは見えないだろうがね。
That slipped out before I could think of an answer. That's right, I have a child. The man, no, the Mirage said something like that before he left. That was all. I didn't harbor any sort of emotion or sentimentality. Maybe I was a terrible father. Yeah, you were. After a while, the boy regained his health. I didn't think he could recover so quickly. Youth was such a wonderful thing. The boy hesitantly said he wanted to return to the tower. That was only natural. There weren't many people who would want to stay in this dilapidated tower. He wanted to return to town, not tower. Oops. At the very least, I should send him off generously.
それなら教会に行くといい。君のような子供を無下に扱うことはないだろう。
I wondered what gift to give him, but there was nothing in this tower. No, I have just the thing. I was wearing this ring when I woke up. It had the design of a wolf on it. I'll give this as a gift. I'm sure it would line his pockets nicely if he sells it. The boy thanked me numerous times before leaving. I felt a sense of satisfaction. But soon, that vanished. I was struck with the same feelings as I did previously. Everything about me was hazy, and it felt like I didn't exist anywhere. After the exchange with the boy, these feelings were much worse than before. I didn't see anyone. Sorry, I had to yawn. Didn't talk to anyone, didn't touch anyone when I lived this sort of life, and made me think of something. Perhaps I was in a prison. I was forced to live in this closed world by myself as a punishment. I didn't know what I was doing prior to losing my memories, but this was a terrible punishment all the same. As I continued on like this, my own humanity seemed to gradually be lost. But the vestige of my humanity remained, leaving me to suffer for all eternity.
誰かがそばにいてくれれば。
How would I know if I even existed? Would my existence ever be more concrete?
誰かが。
Before the tiny beast inside me reared its head.
誰かいるんですか？
I heard a tiny voice.
人がいる。
The voice came from someone still young. That person thought there was no one inside. They could have just walked in.
ああ。
Tested my voice to make sure its sound still came out. I could tell I still had my throat at least. The sound echoed from the room, allowing me to perceive that I did exist.
誰もいないですよね。入りますよ。
The person with the impatient voice cautiously opened the door. Some fresh air entered the dim tower. Ah, this is what I was waiting for. The young, large eyes reflecting my appearance. I must have looked rather unique. In that case, I would act the part.
どちら様かな?
Oh, so I met this girl who reminded me of something or someone. I didn't quite know. A heart's thorn. Oh, Francisca. Shock pierced my heart. The sensation of the cold ground spread across my back as I realized I had collapsed. I was shot, that I understood right away. I also knew that my life would soon end. And yet, time seemed to pass extremely slowly. All my thoughts circle about. I heard from someone before that before you die, your life will flash before your eyes. Who told me that? I think it was... My vision was turning red. It felt so hot. The heat of the air around me was going into my eyes. Is this the color of blood or the color of the burning manor?
あの時と同じように
I'm crying again. Been so without fail every single day. I've given her plenty of food, I've given her an ample change of clothes, I've given her a warm bed, and yet the baby will not stop crying. It's as if it is blaming me.
私は悪くない仕方がなかった全部アリアが悪いのよ
Oh my god. I always forget Francisca's like kind of a bad person. After doing all these like side stories with her and stuff where she's like nice and stuff and like motherly. I had the sudden urge to yell out loud. Cries of the baby became louder. It's so loud, it's not my fault.
うるさいうるさい
My patience at its limit. My hand reaches for the baby's frail throat. This just silence the baby that won't be quiet. I have no choice. The baby's throat choked. Cries weaken. See? What I'm doing is right. Just tiny hands in my hand in resistance. Dear God! Oh my god. It's so weak, but something stabbed me. It's holding something in its hand. A pendant. A pendant made to look like a snowdrop flower. This was what my brother gave to Arya. Thought it had burned along with that woman, but he had it all along.
こんなもの
Easily snatched at the form of the baby and was about to throw it away. Stopped crying and simply stared at me. That innocent and defenseless expression. Ah, this child knows nothing. My sins, my envy, my hatred knows nothing. Those innocent eyes simply watch over me. Her left eye bore the same color as brother's, and her right bore the same color as Arya's. Simply lower my arm. I returned the pendant to her tiny hand, and the baby gripped it like it was her own treasure.
私はあなたから何も奪わない私から誇りを奪ったあの女と同じような真似は
I will not take. No, that won't be enough. I must give. Give what? Something that will stay for as long as she lives.
エアルあなたに新しい名前をあげる
Sure, you don't understand what I'm saying. The baby looked at me with its blank stare.
ジェドそれが今日からあなたの名前よ
I will make sure she lives a happy life. Just like her, she will grow up to be a kind person loved by all. Just like her, she will be strong and courageous. It will make her generous, trusting of others, and have a lot of love to give. Something that another couldn't do.
あなたを育ててみせる
Why?
私の力の限りを尽くして
I'm used to putting on an act. I will do what Arya could not. I will give you the happiness that Arya and brother could only wish for. I will give you happiness to the child of the woman who stole my pride, and that will be the only way I will regain it. Yes, my pride. It's dark, I'm scared. Father always told me that I will be locked in the attic whenever I did bad things. I was locked up because I was bad. I was told to never speak to a wolf. And yet I broke the most important rule I was to follow. The adults were all angry, including mother and father.
この一族の恥さらしお前のような出来損ないいなくなってしまえばいい
Mother always said that while she whipped me. Time and time again, no matter how much I cried and apologized, she never stopped. Father would watch in silence. After mother was done whipping me, he would lock me up here. Cried right here, day after day. It was dark and scary in here. It was so cold I couldn't stop shivering. I was hungry, and where I was whipped still hurt. I wondered if mother and father forgot about me. Or maybe they really didn't want me anymore.
ごめんなさい。もういつけ破らないから。だから許して。お願い。
I heard a noise. Someone knocked on the door. Was it mother, father, or?
フランシスカ、起きているか？
お兄様。
The trapdoor opened and light shone through. It was the first light I'd seen in days, and standing within it was brother.
お兄様。
静かに
I ran to embrace him, but he stopped me. See, he had come to me in secret. I hadn't been forgiven yet.
食事を持ってきた温かいうちに食べろ
He handed me a small tray. It was small, but there was freshly baked bread and a cup of steaming soup. I ate them immediately. It may have been bad manners, but I couldn't stop. It was delicious, it was warm, and I finished it up in no time. I was crying. It's the first time I cried because the food was so delicious. But it was all gone, and I started feeling sad again.
お父様とお母様。まだ怒ってる？
Ah, my throat. Too much reading.
ああ
私が悪い子だから。言いつけを守らなかったから。
フランシスカお前は間違ってない
でも
強くなれフランシスカ大人たちは分かっていないんだ心を売り渡してはダメだそして自分のしたことに誇りを持て
誇
そうだいつか俺がファルジの一族をいやこの町を変えてみせる
I wonder who's the last note is gonna be about.
それを
I mean,
お前にも見せてやる
I mean
絶対に
the one before the last. I don't know what to call it. The next one. Is that your dream? His eyes were sharp like those of a hawk, yet they glittered with hope. Have pride. As long as I had pride, I would become like brother.
り。私もお兄様と一緒に。だから強くなります。
He nodded with a
あり
smile.
がとうフランシスカ
Not sell your heart. I repeated brother's words in my heart. He was always very solitary. He worked for the town and for the clan all by himself to achieve his goal. I was the only one who could support him. I was the only one who understood him. That was my pride.
こっちがエイプリルそしてこっちがアリアだ
After a while, brother brought two other people to me, a boy and a girl about the same age as
俺
me.
の友人だそして二人ともボルグの一族だ
After hearing that, I was surprised for a moment, but soon I understood. Because I understood brother. This dream was to change the town. This was a stepping stone for that. In order to nurture the bond between the two clans, he purposely made friends with the wolves.
やっぱりお兄様はす
I had to be more like him.
フランシスカと言います。これからよろしく。アリア、エイプリル。
If brother called them friends, then I will consider them as such. I will act accordingly. But I had to be wary, so that I didn't trust them. These two would never understand brother like I did. Only I could do that.
実は私、魔女なの。は？
One day, as I was pretending to be their friend, Arya said that. What a terrible joke that was. Calling yourself a witch in this town was not
お
funny.
母さんが魔女だから、私は魔女の娘なの。ほら、見て見て。
After saying that, she pointed at her eyes. It was a normal color until earlier, but now it was red. It was true. She really was a witch. But why would she tell me that? What are you
これ
plotting?
は家族と私たちだけの秘密。私とフランシスカとオルガとエイプリルの親友の間だけの秘密なの。私も？本当に私に話してよかったの？もちろんよ。フランシスカだから話したんだもの。私ね、こんな目だから人と話しちゃダ
Francesca's
メ
a
って
bitch.
ずっと言われてたの。だから友達もいなかったわ。
I was the same. The only ones who gathered around me were the followers of the Hawk clan. I never had any true
だ
friends.
からあなたは初めてできた親友なの。しかも女の子のお友達よ。
That's it? That's why she trusted me?
あなたは人を信じすぎるわ。そんなことを言って本当にいいの？もしかしたら私、他の人に喋ってしまうかも。街の誰かに。
Yeah. I was expecting like 4 hours max.
それでも
I am
あ
going
なたに
insane.
は知っておいてほしかったの。前から
At
思ってい
least I
たけど。
got done with all the short episodes. So now it actually is just all the endings.
あなた、変わっているわ。
Our friendship continued for years. Though we were children then, we grew up to be adults. The time between them and now, mother and father both passed away, making brother the lord of the Hawk clan. Apris, similarly, had become the lord of the Wolf clan. Arya had grown into a beautiful woman, although she was still childish at heart. By then, pretending to be friends wasn't as hard for me anymore. Pretending.
君はどことなく私に冷たいんだな。
そうかしら。あなたは色男だから、女性に優しくされ慣れすぎてるんじゃなくって。
手厳しいな。だが嫉妬とも取れる。
軽薄な男性には興味がないの。
ならば君にとっては好都合だな。私は軽薄ではなく自由でいたいだけなんだ。
My brain is frying.
そろそろ
I can't read
兄ば
anymore.
か
My
りでな
throat
く
is like not okay.
私のことも見てくれないか？
Don't smile at me like that. I don't want to see the heat behind that gaze.
そういうところが嫌だわ。
Now that we were adults, talks of marriage arrangements had been suggested. Brother chose Arya as his spouse. They both urged Apris and me to marry. Apris and I had an awkward relationship, but this was all an act. I was not serious about him. I could quit this any time. He was not my type, but if this was what my brother wanted, I would do it. The marriage between hawks and wolves took place at the masquerade. Arya was wed to a hawk, and I was wed to a wolf. Relationship would become stronger after I married. Brother needed me.
あなたと
Fucking hell.
同時に結婚式を挙げられるなんて
Francesca's to blame for everything.
本当にありがとう、フランシスカ。
I mustn't speak with a wolf. That's what I had been told ever since I was small. And around the same time, Brother began to say that he would change this town. He truly made that a reality. For the sake of the clan and the town, he achieved this union. Then I would gladly follow him. I would happily accept this. This was for brother's dream, and for my pride as well. That's what I thought. I never doubted that for a second. That's why, when I realized that I was caught by surprise, after marrying, brother completely changed from the person I knew before.
ボルグの屋敷の生活はどうだ、フランシスカ。
初めは戸惑ったけど順調よ。みんな思っていたよりもいい人だったわ。
Oh god, 24 hour. Well, it's definitely not gonna be a 24-hour stream. Yeah, I'm not doing that. I'm so sleepy, but I need to get done with this game.
エイプリルは相変わらずか。
ええ、本当に困った人。でもお兄様もアリアと結婚なんて手がかかって仕方ないでしょ。あの子っ
I
て
gotta play the
この間も
fucking
町の子
sunrise.
供
It's
に混
already
ざって遊んだ
3
りして
a.m.
しかも転んでドレスをドロドロにしたのよ。まったくファルジの当主の妻っていう自覚が。何？
いや、あれはそういうところが愛らしいからな。早く子供ができればよいのだが。
We're saying that our brother smiled while looking downward. I've never seen him make that sort of expression before. He thought of a happy future with Arya and looked like he was in
フ
love.
ランシスカ。
なんでもないわ。ちょっと疲れただけ。
そうか。ならばそろそろいとましよう。お腹の子にも触るからな。
I bid farewell to brother as he left and sat there for a while all alone. Brother is in love. With whom? There could only be one. It was Arya. Arya had stolen his heart. Since when? Is after they were married or before that? Before? Then brother married out of love? It wasn't for the clan or the town? Then what about me? I supported him all along. I felt like the crown had crumbled beneath me. In my mind, I heard it all come crashing down.
どうしたんだ？
Hand was suddenly placed on my shoulder. His approach was insensitive and rude, yet it was done with care and tender kindness.
すまない。驚かせてしまったようだ。
いえ。
ひどく狼狽していたようだが、少しは落ち着いたかな。
Is this right? I felt column marked for appers my husband touched me. Why? Why would I feel at ease by this?
町の外れにいい店ができたんだ。少し歩くが、今夜オルガたちも誘って行かないか。
やめておくわ。最近あまり食欲がないの。
そうか。それは残念だ。気が向いたら来るといい。
He quickly left, and I was all alone again. Were they preparing to go by themselves? Couldn't feel lonely, only married to become the bridge between the families. This was necessary for brother's dream. But what was this feeling? Damn, her note is really long. My heart leapt when I first touched diapers. My heart was overjoyed during the times I spent with Arya. It was all supposed to be an act. It was all supposed to be in my imagination. Was I happy? Was it not all an act and I really was happy?
そんな。
One. The hardest part is the fact that like you have to do like short episodes before you can get an ending. And those short episodes, there are so many of them. This is what took me most of the time, not the endings. The endings are shorter. I finally realized that it wasn't just brother, I had changed too. I was given happiness and was reduced to nothing more than a woman living her life.
嫌だ。そんなの。だって。
What is wrong with her? Just be happy! Oh my god. If you're happy now, just keep doing that! Only I can support brother, only I understood him. Done everything I could for brother's dream and for this town and for her clan. I put on this act all for that, or at least that's what I thought. Was it all wrong? Did my pride never exist? Was I not needed? Everything began to crumble away. This was a sensation my whole life being disintegrating. Why was I still here? I was a child now. Brother had gone to her and my husband refused to be by my side. No one's by my side. Oh my fucking god.
お兄様を惑わせないで。私からお兄様を、誇りを
So
奪わない
stupid.
で、アリア。お願い。
I do not feel bad for her. Fuck her. The manor burns. My manor. It was huge flames in front of me. My body continued to grow colder. Feeling in my hands and feet was becoming numb.
あの子はちゃんと逃げ出せたかしら。
The manor she grew up in was about to be burned down, but what about her?
あとはあの二人があの子の力になるのかしらね。
My sons would take after Apras. I continued to tell them to never become like him. One had become drowned in love, the other had stained hands. She's proof of my life, so are my two sons. How foolish I was. What a foolish clan, what a foolish town. But the most foolish one of all.
フランシスカ。
I heard a voice. That wasn't ... That said Francesca. Was I hearing things? No, this was
ア
her.
リア、そこにいるの。
There was no answer, but I knew she was there. Arya was bragging to me from the other side.
見てるかしら。私の育てた子を。
My arms couldn't move. I awkwardly turned my head and felt as if our eyes met. He was growing up to be kind and loved by all, just like Arya. He was growing up to be brave, just like brother. He was growing up to be trusting, loving, and generous, something that I have never been able to become. She become that way? It's unfortunate that I will never see it now.
ねえ、アリア、見て。とってもいい子でしょ。
Oh! Okay. Who is this gonna be about? Who is left? Except for like Hugh, but I think Hugh's gonna be the last one. The boy had changed. For as long as he remembered, he had different sensibilities from the others. Did not pick the flowers too roughly, did not kill birds in vain. Even such concepts as easily understood by others were not understood by the boy. Why not? He asked. The incident that later befell him might have been an inevitability. One day, the boy gravely injured a child. The child belonged to a clan who was hostile toward his own. I'm not almost done. No. I still have 4 endings to go. Wait, who is this about?
恐ろしい。まるで獣のようだよ。
Who is this about?
そうに違いない。この子は獣の心を持っている。
Wait, who? The adults all feared the boy and jeered at him. They imprisoned the boy, not knowing what else they could do. Wait,
ど
who?
うしてだろう。
Who is this? The boy spoke to himself in the dark jail cell.
僕はただ友達になりたかっただけなのに。
Just as the others did not understand him, the boy did not understand a single person around him. This boy had the heart of a beast. The small wolf in the jail cell, this is what he was called. Rumors spread instantly, further solidifying a solitary life for the boy in the cell. At times, he would see birds through the bars of the cell and yearn for the same. He sought freedom where he could fly the skies. Wait, who? Who? Much time had passed since then. The boy was taken out of the cell and into a tower in the middle of the forest. He was told to live there from now on.
君がスモールウルフか
What? Asian witch? Small wolf? Who? What? Oh my god. The sky is becoming lighter. This is a bad sign. This is... Oh my god. It's almost 4 a.m. There was a woman in the tower. A tall woman with a hawk on her
あん
shoulder.
たは私は灰の魔女そう呼ばれている
But is this the original
魔女
hawk? Like, hawk wolf thing? Her eye turned red as he watched. Crimson eye, just like the legend said.
本当にいたんだ君の心から獣を追い出すように頼まれた
From that day forth, the boy lived with the witch. The witch said she would chase out the beast inside him, but she never did anything out of the ordinary. All she did was speak to him.
私はずっと旅をしてきた世界中いろいろなところをその途中でハイタカとも出会った
Huh? What? The hawk on her shoulder flapped its wings in response. Asian hawk. That was apparently the hawk's name.
だいぶ昔のことだけど怪我の手当てをし
But
てやったら
how did that name
すっかり
come
懐いてしまってね
into, you know, Asian hawk? Apris? Apris is his
どう
name.
も私の肩を止まり木か何かだと思っているらしい
The hawk flapped its wings slightly harder. The witch grew clematis flowers. When she tended to the flowers, the hawk flew freely in the sky. The witch also wrote picture books. The hawk would perch on the witch's shoulder to doze while the witch went about her writing. The witch wrote many different stories, happy stories as well as sad ones. But in every story, there were always butterflies. All of the witch's picture books revolved around butterflies.
蝶は魂の乗り物だからね
That was how the witch answered when the boy asked why.
私には子供がいるんだ
This isn't...
ゆえあって生まれてから一度も会えていないのだけど
This is somehow related to Hugh, but I can't tell
君
who.
と同じくらいの年の
The witch smiled slightly. That was not the smile of a formidable witch, but that of a mother.
私はその子のいや子供たちのための物語が書きたいんだ悲劇でも喜劇でもいいそれらは強く生きていくための魂の糧となるから
The boy lived with the witch. He tended the flowers of the witch. He watched the hawk fly from the witch's shoulder. And the boy read the stories written by the witch. The boy enjoyed that life and yearned for it. He yearned for a way of life like that of the witch and the hawk, bound by nothing. That day, something happened for the first time. The hawk stopped on the boy's shoulder while he tended to the flowers. Not on the witch's, but on the boy's. What the boy did next was something no one could understand. Simply an impulse, the boy strangled the hawk with all his might. What? Hearing the hawk flap its wings loudly, the witch who had been working far away ran toward them. She slapped the boy as hard as she could, enough to knock him onto the ground. With the shock, the boy let go of the hawk. However, it was too late. What? Why? What the fuck? What the fuck? Why would you kill the... No! Yeah, what the fuck? The hawk would never cry or flap its wings anymore. Never would it fly the skies again. For it had lost its life. The boy didn't understand what he just did. He yearned to be like the hawk. He desired the freedom that the bird had. But he had taken away the hawk's freedom for all of eternity. The witch said nothing. She didn't concern herself with the boy. She gave an offering of flowers on the corpse of the hawk and gently laid her hand on it. What the hell? The witch mumbled something and her fingertips began to gather light. White and black light gathered and intertwined. They soon took the shape of a butterfly and it flapped its wings. I will cry! I feel bad for the hawk! It left the witch's hand and flew away to the sky and beyond.
あの子の魂とはいつかまた巡り会える。魂とはそういうものだから。
Enthralled by that fantastical sight, he came back to his senses with her words. He finally felt the heat on his cheek where he was hit. It better hurt! And he cried. He did not cry out of pain. He felt a suffocating feeling in his heart when he thought of the hawk and the butterfly. Loneliness and regret sprouted from the boy's
君
heart.
とは今日でお別れだ。
The boy was confused at the sudden
ど
farewell.
うして僕がハイタカを殺したから？
Yes!
それもあるけれど、それだけじゃない。私は別の世界へ向かわなくてはいけなくなった。
Is the boy Hugh? Because now I dislike Hugh, if
別の
that's
世
him.
界。
君の物語を最後まで見届けることができなくて残念だ。
The person he respected would go away. It was a sad thing, but the boy had no way of stopping it. If he stopped it, she would not have her freedom anymore.
選別にこれをあげよう。
これを。
Which took out what resembled a large, beautiful ornament decorated with 4
カレイド
jewels.
ビアという君の獣の心はたった今この中に収めた。
僕の心を。
そしてこれは魂の象徴であり友の証でもある。君にもこれから友人ができるだろう。恋をすることもあるだろう。そのすべてを。
すべてを愛する。
そうだ。
Yeah?
辛いことも楽しいこともすべて。すべてを合わせ持った君自身の物語を紡いでいくんだ。
Hugh.
そうすれば
Hugh,
自然と道はつながっていく。
it's a character. This guy. I think. Is the boy in this note, is that him?
君たちの心に芽吹く
The Asian witch sounds a lot like him, but who's the boy then? The witch disappeared before the end of the day. The boy also left the tower that was now deserted.
まるでつきものが落ちたようじゃないか。
人の心を取り戻して帰ってきたのね。
これなら次期当主として何も問題はない。我らの一族は安泰だ。
It doesn't seem... Who's this boy? Who the fuck? After returning to the town, that was what the adults all said. His violent nature from before was long gone. He could now live among other people. The boy was able to blend in with the rest of the town. It is as if the past was nothing but a dream. No, if any part of it was a dream. After living in peace in the town for a while, the boy headed to the tower in the forest. Looking up at the tower from far away, he
こっ
wondered.
ちの方がよっぽど夢みたいだった。
The days he spent with the witch and the hawk. The world he yearned for was no longer, but it had to be a fact that it existed. The kaleidovia he held in his hands was a proof of that. He heard footsteps from behind and turned around. There was another child there, a boy about his age. Upon looking at him, he was reminded of the hawk. The boy had a sharp gaze like that of a hawk. It stared at him. Is that Apris? Words were exchanged. Remembering what he did to the hawk, the boy felt a shiver down his spine. Right when he felt the impulse to run away from there,
君にもこれから友人ができるだろう。恋をすることもあるだろう。そのすべてを愛するんだ。
Delicious words came into the boy's mind. The boy was once feared as the small wolf, but the words of the witch gave him courage.
君、名前は？
オルガ。
Oh, Olger. Wait, Olger? Why the fuck did Apris use the name Asian Hog then? How is that related? Oh!
ねえ、オルガ。
Oh! The boy was Apris? Asian Hawk? Oh! What the fuck? I didn't expect that sort of backstory for Apris, but okay. Sure. It's not the backstory of clans. The clans. The clans already exist by this point.
僕と友達になってくれないかな。
Huh. Okay. Well, good thing it wasn't Hugh, so I can still like him. Okay, I can't do this one then. So... what exactly am I supposed to do? Oh, no. Let's see. Select all options except stay there. Alright, so we have to do the lava ending now, which we get by 7-2 even so. Okay, let's see. Chapter 7-2. I know what choice is coming up. Hold on. Even so, no skip. Now, next is go to the chapel. What am I supposed to do while I'm waiting for this to skip? Why is the microphone thing lagging on Streamlabs after the update? What the fuck did the update do? Well, at least this should go by fast, I think. How many achievements do I have left? 7. So if there are like 5 more endings. Huh? The serial killer? No, wait, who's the psycho? Next is Dr. Llama. Oh, levy a bunch of people, I guess. Just a bunch of people from the from I forgot which clan. Fucking jump scare. I wish it would skip faster. Come on, give me the next choice. Here we go. Lalong. Where was Lalong? I looked around the chapel, but didn't see him. Did he return to his room? What should I do? It might be annoying to visit now all of a sudden, but after some more hesitation, I arrived at Lalong's room. Actually, I need to save, I think. So I can have access to the flowchart.
誰だ？
ジェドだけど。
ジェド？どうしたんだ？何かあったのか？
いや、そういうわけじゃないんだけど。
What should I do? I did come to his room, but I didn't have anything particular to talk about.
まあいい。座れ。
I stood there without saying anything, and he urged me to sit. I didn't know why I felt so nervous. No one sat down on the bed on the opposite side. Although I found a seat, the awkward silence continued. I better talk about something. I started to go from being hesitant to being flustered. That was when I heard Lama laugh a bit. I hope at least these people have like happier endings than whatever the fuck was Lugus's ending.
まったく。お前は。
え？
そんなに緊張するなら、何か話す理由をつけてから来ればいいものを。
ごめん。
いや。
Lon smiled as he usually did. That was enough to help me relax. The awkward silence turned into something more familiar. I looked down at my folded hands on my lap, while Lavan slowly began to speak.
前に父親の話をしたな。
ボルグの当主だった？
そうだ。この指輪はその父からもらったものだ。
Lavan took off this chain around his neck to show the ring he hid under his clothes. It didn't appear clouded, but it still gave off a bewitching glow.
俺はこの指輪を受け継いだ時からボルグの家に、いや父親の影に縛られていたのかもしれない。だから今でもこれを手放すことができない。
Lavan said it was dangerous to assume everything was the fault of the magical stone, but this must have been the real reason why. Lavan's expression was grim when he looked at the ring. His feelings of impatience were almost palpable.
明日オルガを撃てばこの町は変わる。
Lavan looked up.
俺たちが新しい町を作ることができる。そして俺はその町を守っていく。今まで一族が成し得なかったことをすれば、俺は本当の意味で当主になれる気がする。父を過去にできる。
His last words almost sounded like a wish.
すまない。こんな話を聞かせて。
Alright, worst character ending first. And then best character ending. After Levy. The hazy feeling inside seemed to have cleared up. We all had things we held dear. Just reconfirming that wasn't good enough for me.
ラバンならきっと みんなから信頼される立派な当主になれるよ。
What do you mean, no? There were words that came from my heart. Levin paused a little before smiling. I was sure he could protect this town. No! Do not! Levy's the best character in this game. If I could assist him in that process, I would help in any way I could. That was what I thought. Here we go. Next choice is don't kill Olger. Okay. But he's the most interesting character in this fucking game. What's the next choice? Next choice is... This is reality, don't run, wanna run, okay. Normal choices. Oh, this is gonna take a while to skip again. Is there a way to skip the next choice? Or is this game too old for that? Wow, it's 4 AM. This was reality. Don't run away. Because, I don't know, you just capture the witch. And then seize the witch. Won't run. Okay, what's next? Go to square, nod. Okay. Square. The square. Yes. What the fuck did he say? Hold on. What did he say? Is he gonna burn down the town? Sure.
ありがとう。 ラバン。
You said he would throw everything away he held dear for my sake.
ジェ
How happy would I be if I was able to live with
で
Lawan?
も今はもう少し一人で考えさせてほしい。
Her heart did move for him. I nodded back at Lawan's words. But I had no idea what this emotion was that I was feeling. I need to think more in order for me to answer his feelings honestly.
そろそろ行くよ。
待て。
身代わりになってくれてる人がいるんだ。逃げるわけにはいかない。
必ず何とかする。必ずお前を助け出してみせる。
I left Lawan after he made that bold statement. I knew if I stayed with him any longer, my resolve would waver. He said that he would throw away this town and even the entire world. Lawan didn't know. In order to end this world, I would have to end my own life. What would Lawan say if I told him? Would he object to my discarding my life? I had a feeling he would stop me. Knowing how Lawan felt made me so happy and sad at the same time. But Wait, what? Wait, what? I thought that's all. I thought that's all I needed to do. Go to square, not required. Chapter 9-7, I seek happiness, Lawan ending. Okay. What? Huh? Alright, sure. Whatever. I guess. Yes. So, I seek happiness. Is this... Alright! Lawan ending. Lawan.
どんな手段を使ってもお前を俺は
Please, I don't need
Iranai!
flashbacks. He said that for me. I was moved by his words, and before I knew it, I was nodding in agreement. Rather than release this world, I wanted to be with Lawan. Why did I... If I were to do something for his sake, what would be the next step for me to take? I don't know the answer to that yet. Actually, how many do I have to go? 1, 2, 3. I have 3 more endings after this one. My mind was completely preoccupied. I tried to think back to what happened today, but all I could remember was Lawang. What should I do? What did I even want to do? I seemed to go around in circles asking myself these questions. What should I do? How should I do it? What should I do? I came to my senses when I heard something hit against the bars. It seemed that I had fallen asleep. It was already morning. My mind was still in a haze. How long had I slept?
さあ出ろ。寝ぼけているのか。さあ早く。
The bars are open. Was I allowed to leave? Or were they taking me somewhere else?
ぐずぐずするな。
It seemed that it was the latter. The guard came into my cell and tied my hands behind my back while pushing me out. The pain in my wrists gradually
ど
cleared
こ
my
へ行くん
mind.
だ。
黙って歩け。
Rude! It seemed to be a waste of time to even ask. I had no choice but to do as they said. I wonder if I would be taken to the town square again to get jeered at. But that worry was in vain. We walked through the back alleys away from prying eyes. They never mentioned where I was going, but I could tell from the general direction. The dwellings of the wolf faction were up ahead, but why were we going there?
ここは
I doubted my eyes for a second. I realized I had returned into I had returned to Francesca's manor, but the manor had burned down. The buildings in front of me looked familiar, but the details were different. Still, it looked so similar to the manor where I lived with Francesca when I was a kid.
いくつも同じ屋敷を作るとはな。金持ちの考えることはわからん。
Oh, that's right. This was a villa that Francesca used. It wasn't the same as that manor. Although I felt saddened by the realization, seeing it still made me happy. I felt like the things I wanted to protect were still
いつ
there.
までも見てないで。さっさと。
I felt lighter as I stepped inside the manor. But why did they bring me here?
入ります。
Ever since the exterior was the same. Oh, since the exterior was the same, it wasn't a surprise that the interior looked familiar too. I went through the entrance and arrived at the door to the living room.
ジェド。
ラバン？
That's right, this was the villa of the Lord of the Wolves, so Lavan owned it now. Lavan ran over to untie me.
すまない。こんな目に合わせて。
ラバンが謝ることじゃないよ。
Are we just gonna get locked again? I was tied up quite tightly, so Lavan had trouble unraveling the ropes. I'd finally realized that there were other people in the room.
連れてきました。
ご苦労だったな。
Oh, Lugus.
下がれ。
It was Lugus. It wasn't just Lugus, there were other people lined up behind him. I don't remember everyone exactly, but they seemed to be with the Hawk clan.
さあ、解けたぞ。
Where's Levy?
ありがとう。ラバン、これは？
心配するな。お前は何もしなくていい。
He said that, but I was still nervous considering the situation. In contrast to Lugus, there was no one with Lavan. He was the only one from the Wolf clan. I had no idea what was about to take place and why I was brought here.
要求通り、旅衆の魔女は連れてきた。話を聞こうか。ボルグの
Okay.
当主。
That's what's happening. While I was still confused, they struck up a conversation.
まずはこちらの要求を受け入れていただき、感謝する。今日は交渉のために、この場を設けさせてもらった。
前置きはいい。聞こ
う。では担当直入に、この場にて、ジェドを解放してほしい。
I began to hear murmurs from behind Lugus. I was surprised too. I didn't think that demand would be accepted because I...
その女は魔女だ。
嫌疑をかけられているだけだ。
十分だ。その女を解放してみろ。町の者からこぞって命を狙われることになる。捕らえておいた方が、その女のためだ。
His words might have been cold, but Lucas said up front that when I was imprisoned... I hate reading. Why am I doing this? Imprisoned for my own safety.
ファルジの当主にそこまで気にかけていただいているとはな。
I think Lavan also understood Lucas's intentions, and yet he looked quite disgusted.
これ以上、この町に余計な混乱を生みたくないだけだ。俺もお前も、お互い変わったばかりの当主では、求心力もなかろう。
その心配はいらない。ジェドは魔女ではない。
根拠は町の者を納得させられるだけの根拠はあるのか？
ある。
What? Spoke with conviction. Have you really? I knew myself that I wasn't the kind of witch that people would need to fear. But there's no way to prove that.
ジェドは俺の妻だ。
Huh? I managed to hold my voice rather. I was speechless out of surprise. What did Lama just say? Did he just say it was his wife?
ボルグの当主の妻が
What?
魔女であるはずがない。
Why? Dude, Monsieur, how is that proof? I'm Lavan's wife? What's going on? Why would Lavan say that? My mind couldn't keep up with the conversation. I was spinning around, my thoughts racing. I was sure I wasn't the only one feeling that way. Everyone else in the room must have been too. Surprised glances were exchanged as everyone looked at Lavan's face and Lavan's and my face in succession, yet no one uttered a word. The long silence was broken by Lugus.
事実か？
事実だ。俺とジェドは以前からそういう関係にあった。 母上のことがなければ今頃は婚儀を済ませていたはずなんだがな。
I knew that was a lie. Lavin and I never had that kind of relationship, and there were never talks about our marriage. Lavin was trying to overcome this predicament with lies so that he could save me.
ファルジの一族は母上、先のボルグの当主の命を奪った。
そのようなつもりはない。
信用できるものか。マスカレードでは友好的な態度を見せながら、数日も経たぬうちに屋敷を襲撃した一族の言葉など。
Voices of protest were raised behind Lugus.
さすがに言葉が過ぎよ。
事実を述べたまでだ。
ボルグの前当主は魔女の権威があった。あれはやむを得ないことで。
権威のみで証拠もなく家を焼かれ、家族を殺される痛み。それに怒り、町の人々はオルガを打ち倒そうと立ち上がったのではなかったか。
それは。
母上は魔女ではなかった。にもかかわらず、お前たちに殺された。そして次は我が妻か。魔女かもしれないという疑いを一方的にかけて殺すのか。母上と同じように。
Don's voice gradually filled with anger, which put an end to the protests. I think this is a shitty plan, not gonna lie.
そうは
Lava,
させん。
that makes no sense.
やれるものならやってみろ。だがその時は貴様ら全員根絶やしにしてやるぞ。ファルジの一族を一人残らず。ボルグの一族は必ずや復讐を果たす。
Threatening people isn't a good strategy. Lava, there's a lot more of them. And there's only one of you. The entire place was silent. Planet. Lon was serious. Everyone, including myself, understood that. There were even some who looked pale out of fear.
失礼。少々話が飛躍した。さあ、返答やいかに。我が妻。
その前にその女にも確認させてもらおう。
Lucas was going to ask me himself. Everyone focused their attention on me. Lucas's eyes seemed sad while Laman's were piercing. We all knew what the truth actually was. But what was the answer I would give? I hesitated briefly, but there was nothing to think about. I already decided on this answer yesterday. I accepted Laman's words and feelings. It wasn't that I was completely sure of it. I was still hesitant, of course, but I still had to say it out loud. To Lavan and to everyone else
事実
here.
だ。
そうか。
Lucas muttered, casting his eyes down. Lavan's expression didn't change, but I felt that he seemed slightly more relaxed.
再度問おう。ファルジの当主の返答はいかに。
今日は交渉の席と聞いてきたが、よもや脅迫を受けることになろうとはな。
そんなつもりは毛頭ない。ただ、妻を囚われたままでは、今後の協力などままならないからな。
一人の女を解放する代わりに。
不満か。
この町から争いの気配を消し去りたい。それは我らも望むことだ。
では
魔女、もとい。お前の妻は引き渡そう。
Seems as though the talks had concluded. The negotiations were agreed upon here. In other words, Laman's words and my answer too. I am Laman's wife. Laman's. So that was how it was now. Didn't feel real. I just stood there
で
dumbfounded.
は、我々はこれで失礼する。それと、言うまでもないことだが。
なんだ。
お前の妻だというのなら、今度はちゃんと守ってみせろ。
ああ、好みに変えても。
After that exchange, Lucas and the other hawks left the manor. Their footsteps had faded, and the only ones in the room left in the room were me and another
ジェ
person.
ド、
He embraced me gently from behind, his arms consoling.
よかった。お前が無事に帰ってきてくれて。
ラバンのおかげだよ。
Felt my voice crack. Was I the only one that was feeling nervous?
すまなかった。勝手なことを言って。
ううん。
あくまで名目上のことだ。本当の妻になってくれる必要はない。
そんな。
I didn't say that answer just to get out of that situation. Lawan moved away before I could continue. Felt the warmth dissipating, leaving only the cold air behind.
私は
Turned around to look at his face and found myself at a loss for words. That face wasn't the one I knew. It was like, yes, he resembled Lugus. It was like Lugus when he was acting as the heir to the Hawks. Lawan now had the same expression.
お前はボルグの当主の妻という肩書きを利用してくれればいい。それだけでも身の安全は高まるはずだ。
Those were calculating words. Did Lawan say those things to me just for this? Was that why he called me his wife? I thought our hearts had grown closer yesterday, but he suddenly felt so far away.
外に出てみるか。
え？
俺の言葉だけじゃ不安なんだろ。なら実際に体験してみればいい。
Lawan suggested that because he probably mistook my reaction. I didn't feel that way. There were too many things I was thinking about at that moment. But on top of that, the memory of being jeered at and stoned at the town square crossed my mind. After what
いい
happened,
から行くぞ。さあ。
あ、
he grabbed my hand and pulled me along. It was as if he didn't care about how I felt. I knew Lawan was the worst choice. He sucks so much. After leaving the manor, we luckily did not run into anyone, but there were people scattered about when we arrived at the town square. And one by one, they noticed me. I looked down to try and escape their gaze, but those countless piercing eyes struck me.
大丈夫だと言っているだろ。
でも
Well, okay, toxic relationships are just a staple of these games. The thing is, I just don't like lava. My hand suddenly brushed against empty air. It's fine. There are worse Otome games allowed on Twitch. There's a few Otome games that would be like that are allowed on Twitch that are way worse than this, so it's fine. My hand suddenly brushed against empty air. Lawan let go of my hand and I quickly lost sight of him.
ラバン、待って。
Worries and loneliness grew. I wanted him to hold my hand again. I looked up in the hopes of finding him and...
よかった。本当に解放されたのね。さっきパルジの人たちが話してたのよ。魔女っていうのは誤解だったって。
The tavern employee, the old lady that always utilized my handyman services. There were more. One after the other, people gathered around me.
俺は信じてたけどな。
調子いいこと言ってんじゃないよ。町が魔女に滅ぼされるって昨日までビビってたくせに。
しかしあんたが本当に女だったとはな。
すっかり騙されてたわ。女装じゃなくて男装が得意だったなんて。
あ、そのごめんなさい。
いえいえ、私の方こそ力仕事ばっかりたくさん頼んじゃって。
Thought that the entire town feared or hated me, but I was wrong. There were so many that were welcoming me back. Felt something warm coming up inside me. I wonder where Lawan went. I looked around to find the person who brought me here. Oh. I finally noticed, or rather, I remembered that I had forgotten. Beyond the people who had gathered around me, there were others who were looking from afar. Some bore expressions of fear, others had clear contempt in their eyes. There were many more people who were not happy that I was safe.
しかも結婚までしてたなんて。
私もう驚きすぎちゃってえ
Sad feelings are startled out of me. The people already knew about that? It just happened a moment ago.
相手がボルグの当主様ってのもまたな。
本当におめでたいわ。もうこんな風に気軽に話しかけたりもできないね。
そんなことはない。これからも妻と仲良くやってほしい。
ラバン
I thought he disappeared, but he appeared right next to me.
びっくりした。
あ、こりゃまた当主様もご一緒でしたか。
People who were making merry earlier suddenly unstopped. Didn't blame them. Lavan now was the Wolf Lord. And I was his wife.
ジェドだってそうしてくれた方が嬉しいだろ。
それはもちろん。
妻もこう言っている。よろしく頼む。
Just saying that, Lavan bowed his head, causing everyone to tense up even more. I thought Lavan interacted with the townspeople in a more carefree way before. Was this because he was now the Wolf Lord, or...
さて、今日のところは帰るとするか。すまない。少し街の様子を見に寄っただけ
Where
な
the
んだ。
fuck was he? Where was he gone to? What was he doing? I thought he was nice about it. He spoke firmly. At the same time, he dragged me by the hand to return to the path we came from. I returned to Wolf Manor, which looked as if nothing had changed, with an odd feeling within me. I wonder what the fuck Levy's ending is gonna be. Where'd AMC? And there my new life began. The new manor had no reason to lie about my gender anymore. Levy! And soon enough, Levy came by with a perplexed look on his face. He was happy that I was safe, but mad at Lawan for not telling him. But he still congratulated me. It's still better than fucking Lucas's ending. Like, MC was literally stuck in a single room all the time, except for like once a year during the masquerade when she could leave. That's right, I needed to keep my marriage and name secret from Levy too.
あいつを信用していないわけじゃないが、秘密を知る人間は少ない方がいい。
でも、
二つも秘密を抱えていたお前ならわかるだろ。
I don't like this fucking.
俺にもレビにも内緒で。
Lavan reminds me of Toma. I hate it. Couldn't agree completely, but when he said it so firmly, I had no choice but to back down. To this day, I still regretted keeping my secret from them. And yet, I was repeating the same mistake. The three of us lived in the same manor, but we rarely saw each other. Levy often stayed out, and Lawan was busy with his work as the Lord. And I was typically stuck inside my room, still afraid of going outside the manor. I knew there were people who treated me well, but I hated the constant gazes from the people who didn't. I stayed inside because I didn't want to see people. The people I wanted to see lived with me, but I couldn't see them. The life continued for some time. One day during breakfast, Lavan appeared for the first time in a long
おは
time.
よう、ラバン。
The tone of my voice jumped high. You may have noticed that I sounded too happy.
ああ、おはよ
Luckily, Lavan didn't seem to mind at all, as he smiled at me. The smile seemed forced on his tired face.
大丈夫？なんだか顔色が悪いけど。
う。少し疲れているだけだ。かといって仕事を滞らせるわけにもいかないからな。
でも、
仕事に戻る。お前はゆっくり食べてくれ。
Great.
待って。
It was the first time we talked in a while, that was it. Since then, Lavan and I constantly missed each other. Once every few days, we would see each other, only to exchange pleasantries. It's painful being unable to help him and never being together despite living under the same roof. It had always been like family, and although it was only a name, I was Lavan's wife now. The more I thought of it, the more painful it became. And that pain forced me to turn to another source of pain, outside of the manor. Are all of these endings just horrible? Can you... Is the true ending thing really the only fucking good ending? Damn it. The commotion from back then seemed to have passed. The town square was back to its original bustling mood. There were more people than I expected, so I felt uneasy, but the piercing gazes were much fewer than I thought, and...
まあまあ、これはこれは、ボルグの若奥様
The good ending is we die and like we like go to like the real world, the normal world.
ご夫婦揃って全然姿をお見せにならないから心配していましたのよ。まだお祝いの言葉もお伝えしてないのに。
すみません、ラバンじゃなくて主人は仕事が忙しくて。
あ、まあそうですの。では日を改めてご挨拶に伺いますわ。は
あ、ありがとうございます。
There were people who proactively came to talk to me. Many of them were with the Wolf Clan. They only seemed to greet me as a formality since I was the wife of the Lord. On the other hand, people with Hawk Clan seemed to keep their distance, including the people I was close to before. Could it be because my position changed? I was the town handyman, then a witch, and now the wife of the Wolf Lord. Fuck, my throat hurts. I need water. Hold on. It's this stage of sleepiness when I stop feeling sleepy. I don't know how I will go to sleep now. Well, it's light outside. Bright outside? I don't know which word. I can't close this fucking water bottle. I hate this thing. Oh my god. What's wrong with this thing? Alright. Looking back, those were extreme changes. Though it couldn't be held that some would be more distant, I felt lonely. My fear of the outside world decreased. I headed to town more often. I exchanged greetings with the people I met briefly. The Wolf Clan became more friendly with me. Thanks to that, I could feel how different the townspeople treated me now. They no longer suspected me of being a witch. I was simply the wife of the Wolf Lord. It reaffirmed how strong of an influence the wolves and the hawks had on the town. I decided to head out to meet the people more often than before. In turn, my time with Lavan became even less than before. Because of this, I didn't notice. Did he die? I spent my time in town until the evening. When I opened the front door, it must have been a coincidence that Lavan happened to pass by.
ラバン。ただいま。ごめん。遅くまで出かけてて。
Lavan walked away without saying a word. His first smile was no longer there. From that day on, or perhaps it had gone on longer and I simply hadn't noticed, Lavan started to act strangely. He no longer smiled, and any sort of cheerfulness was gone. Even when I spoke to him, his responses were sparse. He could be tired from his non-stop work. I really thought so in the beginning. Although I offered it late, I volunteered to help him. To help him with his work or any household chores, but he refused it all. I don't want it, I don't need it, and in the end... Why? What the fu- What's with this sudden, like... Oh my god. I hate him so much. Lavan is... Oh my god. I fucking despise him. Yes, that's what he said. It could have been my imagination. I wanted to think I was just paranoid, but I could tell. He was avoiding me. Why? What happened to Lava? Did I do something? I couldn't come up with an answer no matter how much I thought. I could only be confused as time continued to pass. Fucking bitch. I worried about it on a daily basis. I walked around the manor in a melancholic mood and heard a loud noise in the living room. It's literally his fault this shit is happening! He is the fault of all this bullshit. What's going on? I didn't think Lava would make that kind of noise. Suspicious, I quietly went to the living room, and there was...
Baby?
Yeah.
Simple response came back to me. It had been a long time since I'd seen him. And again, it was very normal when it came to Levy.
何をしてるの?
He was trying to put together a large bag. It was overflowing in about a burst.
見ての通りだよ。
Moving
わから
away.
ないから聞いてるんだけど。
だから荷物をまとめてんだよ。こっから出てこうと思って。
No, Levy.
え？
まあ、今までだってほとんどいなかったようなもんだけどな。
それはそうだけど、どうして急に？
いつまでもお邪魔虫がいんのもどうかと思って。新婚。
No.
お邪魔虫なんてそんなこと思ったことは。
なあ、分かってるって。お前も兄貴もそんな風に思ってないのは。
だったら
気まずいんだよ。で、ちょうどいいとこも見つかったし、さっさと引っ越しちまおうかなって。まあ、それだけじゃなくて、他にも考えなきゃなんねえこともあるしな。
Everything sucks. This is the worst ending ever.
そんな。
仲をす
The
んなって。
bad endings are
ちょくち
better
ょく
than
顔は出
this.
すし。お前だって、いつでも俺んち遊びに来ていいから。よし、入った。
Levy was victorious in tying up his bag. He quickly stood up.
じゃあな。兄貴にはもう言ってあるし、残ってるもんは適当に処分しといてくれよ。
He was gone. It was so sudden that I couldn't do anything but watch him leave with a blank look on my face. In the living room were scattered things that were now considered trash. I was left behind here all alone.
レビってこんなに物持ってたんだ。
My mind went to a completely tangential thought. Then again, if he left them behind, it might not belong to him. Most of Levy and Laon's belonging must have burned in the previous manner. Whatever survived the fire and what was stowed safe away in the storage was brought over here, but... I looked around the room to see glasses and plates stacked high. These definitely don't belong to Levy. A plate that was left far from the others caught my eye. It was a pictorial plate with a portrait on it. I knew the person who was on it.
ハイタカだ。
Must be when he was still called Apris. He usually dressed slovenly, but he was wearing formal attire here and making a serious expression. This was exactly how Apris looked in the flashback of the past Hugh showed me.
本当にボルグの当主だったんだ。
I knew it to be true, but I still couldn't reconcile it with my image of him. I only knew him as Asian Hawk. Speaking of which, how is he doing now? Thinking about it made me nostalgic.
ジェド、
あ、ラバン
I was reminiscing. I didn't notice Laman coming up next to me. He looked exhausted, but seemed slightly more gentle than usual.
レビが来てたのか。
うん、そう。
It had been a while since we last talked. It made me strangely nervous.
ラバンは何か用事？
別に、お前の姿が見えたから。
His voice trailed off and his expression froze. He saw what I was holding in my hand.
まだそんなものが残っていたのか。
あ、
He took the pictorial plate. Then another look at the portrait, Laman tipped his hand. The plate slipped and fell to the floor, shattering into countless pieces.
いきなり何を？
Well, I was expecting that. I know he hated him. I saw myself midway. Lan's eyes were terribly clouded. Seen those eyes once before. It was when I looked inside his heart. That's right. Lan hated his father.
あいつのせいであいつの嫌だ。
His eyes are filled with hatred for Empress Ashen Hawk.
不快だな。
The darkness of his voice sent chills down up my spine.
まだ許せないの、父親のこと。
Managed to speak despite being intimidated by Lemon's eyes.
そうみたいだな。
そんな他人事みたいに。
以前は抑えられていた。お前のおかげで。
私の？
子供の頃からお前に気づかされていた。身勝手に自分勝手に物事を考えてしまう。俺は常に正しくあろうとしてきた。あの男のようにはなるまいと。
Dunba's hand over his chest and gripped his shirt. Their need must have been the ring he inherited from his
そ
father.
んな身勝手な血をついでたまるかと。
ラバンは身勝手じゃなかったじゃないか。フランシスカのこともレビのことも気遣ってて、子供の頃からずっと。
Me too.
だが今の俺はどうだ。
え？
あの男と同じことをしてないか。俺の身勝手でお前を縛り付けているんじゃないか。ボルグの一族に、俺自身に。
Yeah.
そんなことはない。ラバンは私を助けてくれただけだ。
I rejected that notion immediately, but he twisted my words for the
お
worse.
前はあの男にも助けられたと言うんだろうな。
Wait, who?
あの男？
遠で
Ah.
あの男の亡霊と暮らしていたんだろう。一緒に暮らすようにお前を縛り付けた。
違う。
Ashen Hawk never restrained me. He always did everything for my sake. At first, I didn't have a choice, but gradually I enjoyed my life with him.
死んで消えたはずなのに亡霊になってもお
I
前のこと
hate
を縛
Lawan
り付けた。
so much. I despise him, actually.
そして俺はあの男と同じことをしている。
私は縛られてここにいるわけじゃない。いやいやラバンと暮らしているわけじゃない。
I wanted to live with him because he was Lavan. He had always helped me ever since we were children. He chose me over the whole town. What Lavan was saying wasn't wrong. He was sure that the two of them could have been doing the same thing. But both of them created a place they could call home. There was no malice there, yet Lavan was suffering because his actions were similar to that of his father. He didn't know the feelings behind what Ashen Hawk, but his father did.
父親としても子供もすべて。
フランシスカの。
いいや。
ハイタカは言ってたよ。憎まれて当然のことをしたって。妻を、フランシスカのことを愛してたって。ラバンのことだって。
そんなはずはない。
ラバン。
もしそれが事実だとしてもその愛は受け入れられず押し付けるだけのもの。俺もまた。
Your words might not have been enough to convey the message, so I reached out for his hand. But he moved his hand
ラ
away.
バン。
今はお前に触れられるのが怖い。
After saying that, he left the room. I fucking hate him. Oh my god. He pisses me off. Couldn't stop or follow him. All I could do was watch as he left. I had no intention of peering into his heart. I had seen with the power of my eye the darkness inside lava. If I used my witch's eye, he might have been able to see more. But the hatred inside Lawan isn't caused by the magical stone. It resides deep within his heart. Digging away the magical stone wouldn't solve it. Right now, my words and emotions could not reach him. Couldn't tell him how I feel.
何をしていたんだ。
I already knew of the darkness that resided in Lawan's heart and the reason it existed. I should have known that Lawan was acting strange. yet I did nothing. Lavan had been enduring it alone all this time, and he hid the growing darkness within himself from me. I've lived with him all this time. I'm supposed to be his wife. He did so much to save me, and I did nothing in return.
私はラバンに何もしてない。
It was not the time to feel down. There should still be something I could do. I wanted to do something for Lavan. Something I could do to him. Something I could do to give him back a smile. I had to think. Renewing my resolve, I looked at the shattered pictorial plate. One of the pieces with Appra's eye met my own. That night, I snuck out of the manor. I passed through the town and into the forest. Treaded down the path I walked on for years to reach the tower I once called home. I believed that I could meet him if I went there. I could see it now. The tower from the outside was completely dark at night. There wasn't a single light. Was he not there? No, knowing that meant he probably felt that lighting a fire was too much trouble. Tried calling out to him, but received no response. Did he not hear me? Or was he sleeping? Or maybe he wasn't there anymore. I shouted even louder in the hopes of erasing my worries. Some birds flew away, startled at my voice. And in place of those birds, I sensed a new presence appearing. He appeared out of nowhere right in front of me.
こんな時間に大声を張り上げるとは少々はしたないのではないかな。
ハイタカ!
I felt relieved hearing his familiar voice, and I practically rushed toward him. There was no time for the usual banter.
ハイタカは言ったよね。フランシスカを愛していたって。
どうしたんだいきなり。
息子たちのことは？ラバンもレビのことも愛してたの？ねえ、どうなんだ？
落ち着くんだ。君が何を言っているのか、私にはさっぱり。
愛していたなら、その気持ちをラバンに伝えてほしい。頼む。
まずは真面目に君の話を聞こう。返事はそれからだ。
He calmed me down, and I was finally able to explain the circumstances. I told him what happened, how Lavan had completely shut himself off emotionally. My words could no longer reach him.
それで私か。
If he knew how Ashen Hawk felt, if the blood that flowed through him wasn't something to be detested, the darkness inside Lawan could be lifted. I honestly believe that. That's not gonna work. I didn't know anything about Apris, but I did know Ashen Hawk. The ghost in front of me was someone who had protected me from solitude and loneliness for years. I knew that he wasn't a loveless person.
事情は分かった。
それじゃ
だが、それはやめておいた方がいいだろう。
Not a good idea. Even after explaining everything, Ashen Hawk's answer was no.
そんな、どうして？
君の言葉すら届かないのに、私の言葉が届くはずがない。そもそも私には父親たる資格はない。息子と呼ぶのもおこがましいな。
それでも。
There was no one else I could turn to. Ashen Hawk continued with gentle words.
どうして君はそこまで必死になるんだ？
どうしてって、それは。
Because it was the right thing to do. Besides.
だってラバンだから。
だから？
ラバンとはずっと兄弟みたいに育てられてたし、いつも私を助けてくれたし、私のことを強く思ってくれてもいた。
うん。
だから私だってラバンのことを助けたいし、自分を大切にしてくれるラバンに応えたいっていうか。
My thoughts became organized as I spoke them out loud. There's only one part I couldn't figure out.
だから彼の気持ちを受け入れる。
え？
気づいてないようだが、君が言っているのはそういうことだ。さて、君は彼のことを好きだと思っているのかな？
それは。
Didn't know. Didn't dislike him. There's no way I could. But did I love him? I wasn't sure. Dear God, this thing is long, isn't it? I think that's hopefully the last chapter. But as Laman loved me, did I feel the same
わ
way?
からないけど、ラバンに触れられないのは辛いかも。
After I said that, Ashen Hawk burst out laughing. I was being serious. How rude.
まったく君は奥手にも程があるな。
悪かったな。
Do 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 do. Well, excuse. Oh, wait,
いや
she voiced that.
知らないのだから無理はない。だから教えてあげよう。それは恋情だよ。
恋情？
Feelings of longing. So this is what that felt like? That was the emotion I'd been feeling. I wanted Lawan to smile. I wanted to understand him. I wanted to touch him. Didn't understand. Trying to give a name to this emotion still didn't feel right, but...
恋情とかそういうのはわからないけど、私はラバンが好きだ。だからラバンの力になりたい。
そうか。
He smiled and nodded. He always joked around, but Ashen Hawk really was like a father to me.
ならその思いを伝えればいい。君自身が。私の言葉なんかよりその方がよほど効果的だ。
でも私の言葉は
自分の気持ちも理解できてない人間の言葉が届くはずがない。だが今は違う。思いは伝えられるとき
I
に
have
伝
a feeling
え
this
た
won't
方
go
がいい。
well.
でなければ後悔だけが残る。
The tone of his voice was tinged with pain. What happened in his past could never be reversed. Tinged? I think it's tinged. But for me...
ありがとうハイタカ。やっぱり会いに来てよかった。
おかげで柄にもない話をしてしまった。さて、そろそろ夜が明ける。
そうだね。また来るよ。
次は明るい時間に頼む。またこんな時間に叩き起こされてはたまらない。
Ashen Hawk saw me off as I left the tower. My mind was a mess earlier, but I felt so much better now. I was able to say goodbye with him with a smile. I should be fine now. I would try to talk with Lavan properly once more. I could then tell him how I felt. My true feelings. After the girl left, Ashen Hawk spoke to a dark corner.
ということだそうだ。
What? What the fuck is he doing here?
あとは君が直接聞くといい。
わざとこう仕向けたのか。
さて、
What the hell?
今さら父親面するつもりもないし、謝っても意味がない。それは
当然だ。
だが、あの子が言っていたように愛を言葉にした方がいいのかな。
切り殺されたいのか。
亡霊の私に向かって投げかけるにはなかなか気の利いた言葉だ。
あなたのそういうところが。
Lavan removed the chain from his neck. The ring with the hawk motif was hanging from it.
懐かしいな。
これを見るたびに殺したいと思っていた。亡霊になってもあなたは心の枷だった。生涯外せないものだと思っていた。ボルグの一族である限り。だが違った。俺自らこれをあなたに返そう。
Held out the ring, which Ashen Hawk reluctantly accepted. The magical stone's murkiness thickened, letting out a beautiful glimmer and making Ashen Hawk squint.
私は何も残せなかったな。
一族は残った。あなたが残したものだ。
そうだな。
俺は証などなくても新しいボルグの当主として生きていく。あなたが見捨てた一族を、町を、俺は。
ああ、それでいい。
Lavan turned his back to the smiling Asian hawk and headed into the forest. He walked toward where the girl was. If you're going through the forest to return to the town, the sky was still dark. However, the smell of the morning was floating in the air. It was about time Lavan normally woke up, so I'd better hurry. I could pretend to wake up as I usually did and leave the room to find Lavan, and then...
ジェド、
I thought I was hearing things at first. And though I was thinking of him, I didn't expect I'd hear his voice. But he was standing right in front of me.
ラバン、どうして？
お前の姿が見えなかったから外に出てみた。
あ、そうなんだ。
What should I do? All the things I wanted to tell him just vanished from my mind. It appeared so suddenly that I wasn't ready for this. He asked me where I was. I didn't think I could tell him honestly.
ごめん。
昨日はすまなかった。
I wanted to apologize before he asked me anything, but then he did so first.
昨日のことだ。あんな八つ当たりみたいなこと。
There was a light in Lawan's eyes. Is he back? Then yesterday... Maybe he really was just tired. Then maybe I didn't need to...
思いは伝えられる時に伝えた方がいい。でなければ。
Ashenhog's words crossed my mind in reluctance. I had to tell him now. I didn't want to have any regrets with him. I wanted Lawan to smile. I wanted to understand him. I wanted to touch him. And then I became embarrassed as I thought of the words to say and the emotion to express towards Lawan.
ジェド、
あのさ、少し二人で歩かない？
That was the first thing I blurted out. I needed time to get ready, but if he returns to the manor, I think I would lose that opportunity.
それは構わないが。
We walked through the quiet town together. The town was covered in snow year-round and was basically cold in the morning. That was why we walked a little bit closer than usual. Couldn't find the opportunity to start the conversation, so we remained silent.
何か用があるんじゃないのか。
Lawan broke the silence. Yes, silence in an impatient yet gentle tone. I mumbled to myself. I made the decision to tell him, but I couldn't find the words. I felt so pitiful and
時
frustrated.
間が必要なら今すぐでなくても。俺たちは同じ屋敷で暮らしているんだし。
いや、それじゃダメだ。今でないと。
I knew I wasn't making sense. I just couldn't bring myself to say it.
あそこを借りるか。
あそこ？
I looked at Lawan's line of sight and saw the church.
寒さをしのげるし、少しは落ち着くだろう。
でも。
I wonder if we would be in any trouble at this hour. Lawrence and Elric were probably still asleep. But it would be bad if they woke up. I didn't want them hearing this conversation. As my mind was spinning in circles, Lawan quickly moved and opened the door. I had no choice but to run after him. Even at this hour, the church did not keep its doors locked. Did they forget to lock it last night? Or perhaps Lawrence was awake and he unlocked it. I didn't know why it was that way, but luckily no one was in the chapel. Lawan and I were alone. The situation happened in the past, too. It was a fond memory from not so long ago. Back then, Lawan and I...
どうした？いきなり笑い出して。
前にもここで二人きりになったことがあったなって思って。覚えてる？
いつのことだ？
そんなに前のことじゃないよ。二人で結婚式の真似事をしたとき。
ああ。
Lawan seemed to have remembered. He blushed and looked
お
away.
かしいよね。男二人で結婚式の真似事なんて。
まったくだな。あの時は俺もどうかしていた。
本当はあの時、ラバンはもう知ってたんだよね。私が女だって。 実はあの時私もドキドキしてたんだ。このままラバンとなんて考えたりして。
俺は自分の気持ちを抑えるのに必死だった。
あの時は冗談だったけど、今は本当にラバンの妻だ。
Well,
形の上でだけのな。
yeah, in name. Memories are such strange things. Just talking about something we shared together could make everything that we said so beautiful.
私は子供の頃からずっとラバンに憧れていた。弱い私とは違って私にはない強さを持っていたから。
俺は強くなんてない。
うん、それも最近知った。私は気づくことができなかった。ラバンだっていろいろな悩みを抱えている。そんなの誰だって当然持っているはずなのに。
It's an atomic game. Everyone has issues. It was so dense that he carried me. As the eldest son, as the heir to the wolves, as the lord, as a man. He showed so many things without his knowing, and it caused him so much strife.
だからこれからは私がラバンを支えていきたいんだ。
ジェド。
ラバンのことが好きだから。
No way this will have an actual kind of happy ending. What? Finally said it. I wasn't able to earlier, but it came out so smoothly. Lon stared at me without saying a word. After a while, he silently held out his hand. I grabbed it without hesitation, adjusted my body and soul to him as he led me to the stained glass window. We were in the same place where we played betting that day.
ジェド。
Are we gonna get a CG of that?
俺と共にいてほしい。
うん。
この先何があっても絶対にお前のことを話はしない。
うん。
俺の妻になってくれるか。
I already had an answer to that. Levin knew my answer, but he asked so seriously. The playful side of me came out.
ロレンスがいないね。
ん？
結婚式は神父に見守られながら愛を誓い合うものだって教えてくれたのはラバンだよ。
余計なことを教えてしまったな。
Don smiled wryly. I was sorry for breaking the mood.
私も今はラバンと二人だけがいい。もう一回言ってくれる？
何度だって言ってやる。俺の妻になってくれるか。
はい。
Pretty CG! I was hoping we'd get to see more of the windows, but okay, sure. That works too, I guess. I closed my eyes and our lips touched. This was the continuation of the wedding from that day. This was the kiss of our vows. This day, this moment, we are now husband and wife. Wow, it's 5 a.m. From now on, our hearts would never be clouded. I might be tormented again as a witch, and Lawan may suffer as the lord of the wolves. Even so, he would take one step at a time together. It was alright to take it slowly. I'd like to live on in this world this way, together with Lawan forever and ever.
この先どんな困難があろうともお前と共になら
This is
乗り
so
越えていける。
long.
愛しているジェド。
Is that all? The Wolf's Wife unlocked Lawan's ending! Oh my god, finally! Oh my god. I'm gonna go insane. Alright, Levy ending. Alright, 7-2. That was an accident. Let me do the choice and I'll be right back. Oh my god. So long. It's inconsiderate of me. Okay, now keep skipping and I'll be right back. Alright, back. I'll go and check to see how Levy's doing. This is what I'm supposed to choose. Might as well drink more water. No cat, please don't. Next choice is talk to Levy. Oh my god. It's weird how the longer I am awake, like how the longer I've been going without sleep, the more awake I feel. That's weird. How many more achievements do I have? 6 more. Livy. I already talked with him though, so you can skip this too. Don't kill. Okay. $11 of streaming just killed my brain, I think. Fucking hell. Cat. My cats are still sleeping. Wait, I need to check just in case. Reality, don't run. Okay, easy. Reality. Don't run away. Okay, actually, I'm kind of a bit curious. I doubt it. Can I can't make it faster. Okay. Should have known. Won't run. Now it's Best Alley. I love Levy. Okay. Best Alley. Yes. I've never even seen that one. I never even chose that one. Levy's just great. Right. Boom. And I seek laughter is the choice. Exchange with Levy crossed my mind. Levy! I'm sorry, I don't have enough strength to scream every time I see him anymore. I tried saying that out loud. That's right. It's just a simple reason. Just as I wanted to save Levy, the same went for him about me. It made me so happy, I had to reciprocate. I needed to find a way to save Levy as soon as possible. I needed to make it so that he could continue to live as a member of the Wolf Clan. I had to do it in a way that it wouldn't cause trouble to the people who believed in me. And for that, time continued to pass while I struggled to find the answer. It was already morning. I couldn't waste any more time. I needed to find a way. The situation around me moved faster than I could react to it.
Okiro!
Heard rough footsteps as two men came down to the underground jail. They didn't need to tell me, I was already awake. The two of them opened up the cell and tied my hands behind my back just as they did when I was brought here. Of course. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Ba-ba-ba-ba. And then my destination was... Oh, there are more people than yesterday at the town square, filling it completely to the brim. It's like during the masquerade. I don't know why I thought that. The expressions of the people here were not festive in the least. It forced me to walk up the stage in the center. Why? Lucas! What the fuck? Everyone was watching me. Their gazes were filled with fear and hatred. Oh, Lucas is a fucking bitch. When I reached the stage, I was pushed from behind and fell hard onto the floor. I heard a small cheer from the crowd. A man in strangely formal attire was already on stage.
静粛にこれより
Interrogation.
街を騒がせた魔女への審問を開始する
The crowd suddenly became deathly silent. Interrogation of the witch. Meaning I'm going to be judged? I knew that this day would come, but not this quickly. I looked around. Right below the stage was Lucas. Fucking bitch, I hate you. Lucas had the dignified look of the lord of the Hawk clan. Could this be under his orders? Yep. In the crowd far away, I saw Lavin and Livy beside him, both with angry expressions. Livy! Livy, save me! I nodded to them just once. I had no idea if they would get the message, but I wanted to tell them not to worry. What should I do? What would happen to me here? There's no way I could gather my thoughts in such a short time. Interrogation was about to begin.
私の質問に嘘偽りなく答えよ汝はこの町に災いをもたらす魔女である
違う。私は魔女じゃない。
嘘偽りなくと
本当だ。
では汝が持つ赤い瞳をいかに説明する
それは
Her red eye was proof of being a witch. That was an immovable fact in this town. That was why I had hid it ever since I was a child. That was how serious it was. There was no way I could argue against it.
答えられぬのだなならば続けよう
Piece of shit. Garbage. Do I have to accept that I'm a witch in front of all these townspeople? If I admit to being a witch, what would happen to me? What could I do? I saw Levy from the corner of my eye, gazing at me with a worried and apologetic look on his face. Did he just... thought I wanted to save Levy? I tried to make a fist, but just made the rope dig deeper into my eye. Arms, not eyes.
魔女の力をもってファルジの当主の心を狂わしこの町に大きな争いを巻き起こしたそして多くの人の命を奪い
違う。私じゃない。
During my internal strife, the interrogator continued to list my crimes. He was trying to blame everything on me. I automatically denied everything, but I didn't know how to argue against the charges. Even if I deny it, I started to feel desperate.
また人心を操るだけでなく
What the fuck?
汝は直接
That's
町の
so
人間を手に
bullshit.
かけました
How are we supposed to deny that shit?
そんなことはしていない。
黒い影なる異名を用いて多くの人を殺害した
That's Levy!
それは
That thinking my eyes tried to find Levy in the crowd. His eyes were wide open. I think he must have been even more surprised than I was. They were trying to deal with those murders as part of the witch trial. I just thought of something. Crimes that Levy committed, the lives he took, can never be forgiven. Those crimes must be atoned for somehow. Now is not the time for that. So the town settled down and the wolves had regained their power, they needed Levy. If I admitted to this, if I said that I was the culprit, Levy wouldn't be tried for the crimes of the Black Shadow. He might be able to live in peace for a while longer. If I take his place, would it save Levy? Of all places, I found the answer I was looking for here. Do it! Do it! For Levy! This would be the turning point. If the Black Shadow murders were dealt with as one of the doings of the witch, then I could save Levy. That's right. I'll be judged as a witch. In that case.
どうした黒い影とは何時の異名
その通り。
黒い影は俺だ。
No, Levy! A louder shout drowned out my voice while I was expecting this to happen. Still, Levy, don't do that! I looked at the source of the crowd and my eyes met Levy's. Why? Did he admit to it? It was my chance. I was able to. Everyone, or even the interrogator on the stage looked at Levy.
誰一人殺してないそいつが魔女なものか。殺していたのは俺。これが証拠だ。
No, don't show the knife. Oh god. He took out a knife hidden in his chest. A knife with the motif of a hawk feather. The town had rumored that it was the murder weapon.
そのナイフは。
Crowd around Levy screamed and moved away. Having space opened up, Levy started walking. He moved slowly toward the stage where I was.
もう一度言う。町の人間を殺していたのはこの俺だ。
Levy jumped onto the stage and loudly declared his crime in front of everyone.
目障りな奴を、邪魔な奴を殺した。それだけじゃない。
Oh shit, he said it's on mother's
全当主の
orders.
命令で
Oh wow.
誰だかよくわからないまま殺したこともあった。
Oh wow. Okay, Lavan, you better look out too then. Actually, I don't care what happens to Lavan.
魔女で赤い目だと騒いじゃいるが、こいつが人を殺したところを見たことがあるのか。血まみれになったところを見たことが。俺は殺した。何人もの血を浴びた。数えきれないほどな。さあ、俺を裁け。こんな魔女かどうかもわからねえやつより、まずは俺を裁けよ。
Please don't. The crowd became agitated. Of course they would. These people all believed it was my fault. They're all here to watch me face retribution. And yet, when there was another culprit to the serial murders, it was the younger brother of the Lord of the Wolves. They must have been shocked in an entirely different way from me. Couldn't defend Levy anymore. Couldn't save him from his sins. It brought me despair.
その話は本当か。
The first one to recover from the shock was the interrogator. The one to answer.
本当だ。
No!
ラバン
No! Levin had come right next to the stage and affirmed the question. He then walked up to the stage to stand next to Levy.
聞いての通りだ。今日までボルグの一族が享受してきたものは全てがレビの罪の上に成り立っていた。
All of the gains.
我々ボルグの一族は全てが罪を負った咎人だ。違うと思う者は胸に手を当てて考えてみろ。
やめろ兄貴。殺したのは俺だけだ。
だが
いいんだよ。
Levy held back Laman and turned toward the crowd.
お前らは誰も殺してねえ。でもな、それはジェドもそうだ。何も罪を犯してない。なのに全部の罪を押し付けられようとしてた。
Everyone in the town had probably done something like that before. Whenever bad things happened, whenever unreasonable things occurred, they all blamed it on the witch. They blamed everything on a witch that didn't exist.
でも、そんなことしたって罪は消えない。俺のやったことは消えやしない。誰かになすりつけて終わらせるわけにはいかねえんだ。
Everyone quietly listened to Levy. Some looked away awkwardly, while others looked down in shame. Probably all agreed to it to some extent. Perhaps they didn't want it pointed out. The murderous craze of the crowd calmed down greatly, and everyone just felt uneasy.
耳の痛い話だな。
Lucas climbed up onto the stage. Levy and Lawan took defensive stances, but he ignored them and walked to me.
俺もまた全当主の罪を魔女に負わせようとしていた。この町の暗部に目をつむった。ファルジの一族とて決して潔白とは言えない。
Saying that, he untied me.
ルーガス。
ファルジの一族はこたびの一件からは手を引く。オルガの父上の罪は息子である俺が背負う。
Levy better
この
not
町
end
に
up
尽くす
in
こと
prison.
必ずや償ってみせると誓う。
I'm not ready for another one of the character I like the most in an Otome game to be stuck in a prison. as a good ending thing. Like, I had enough with Shiraishi from Colorix Malice. After his declaration to the crowd, Lugus descended from the stage without looking at Levi, Lavan, or me.
お待ちください。この者たちの処遇はいかに。
ボルグの処遇はボルグに任せればいい。
ですが魔女は。
魔女など最初からいなかった。そこにいるのはただの女だ。
After that, the town square was filled with confusion. Although Levi, Lemon, and Lugus made speeches, I was not free to go. I was to return to jail in the meantime. I wasn't worried. Seeing the townspeople react to Levi's words, I doubted that I would be executed as a witch. However, I had another worry. What would happen to Levi now? They tried to frame me with the murders, but the fact remained that Levi did those things himself. He also declared it in front of so many people. I heard footsteps ascending through the underground jail. Maybe it was the guards. Didn't care who it was, I wanted to know what happened to Levi. How was he doing now? The footsteps were approaching my cell. I looked up to speak to them, but I saw an unexpected face.
すまない。
Oh no.
遅くなった。
Lama. I don't like him. Where's Levi? I thought it went to the Levi ending. It was Lavan. He had a ring of keys which he used to open my
ど
cell.
うしてラバンが。
お前を迎えに来たに決まってるだろう。もう囚われている理由はないんだからな。
うん。そうだ、レビは。
Although I was surprised to see him, there was no better person to ask about Levi. His expression darkened and my sudden question.
まずは屋敷に戻ろう。
No, tell me
話はそれから
now.
だ。
Those words made me even more worried. That one took me to that manor that looked similar to Francisca's manor that had burned down that day. If I could ask what this place was, Lavan answered.
同じ作りの屋敷が町にいくつかある。
I thought that was rather excessive, but considering that Lavan was the Wolf Lord, it didn't seem that odd. The details were different, but it felt like I was back in the manor. The thought brought me joy and sadness at the same time. But now was not the time to be sentimental. We were in the middle of something significant. We entered the living room, and I asked him
レビは
immediately.
どうなったの？屋敷に戻ったら話すって言ったよね。
Lavan still didn't speak. Speak, you bitch! Patience grew thinner before he finally
今
spoke.
頃投獄されているはずだ。
No!
お
We...
前のいた牢にな。
It's prison break time! I knew it, had a feeling this would happen, so I was able to accept it calmly. I thought that a heavier punishment was possible, so I was glad to know he was still alive at least.
そう命じたのは俺だ。今後どんな処罰が下され
Meaning the worst possible thing could still occur. If that were to happen,
余計なことは考えるなよ。それと余計な責任を負う
That's
必要は
not the problem!
でも。
いずれ罪は償うべきだと俺もあいつ
No! I don't give a shit!
その時
Get him out! The townsfolk in this place suck anyway. I don't care. Get him out!
レビはあの時気づいたのかな。私が身代わりになろうとしたことに。
そうだろう。あれで
He may not
頭
look
の
at
回転
Mao.
は早いから
Okay.
な。あいつは
Well, Levi saved me instead. I was cleared of suspicions of a witch and released from prison.
レビに会えないかな。会って話がしたい。
しばらくはダメだ。
I haven't finished the game yet!
どうして？
今お前とレビが接触したらまたよからぬ噂になりかねない。しばらくは我慢してくれ。
I understood what he meant. I can't! I was just cleared of being a witch myself. If I made contact with a serial killer, it would make the townspeople suspicious. I don't care! Go to Levi! Go to Levi! I don't give a shit if he's a serial killer. Come on! But
ボルグの当主としてこれ以上の混乱を招くようなことは許可できない。
fuck you!
分かって。
Must have had a dissatisfied look on my face from the way he reprimanded me.
逆に俺は定期的にあいつに会いに行かないといけない。
Sneak us in!
もし渡すものがあれば
Fuck!
届けてやるくらいはできるが。
That's not enough!
渡すもの
The townsfolk deserved it! I don't care if he killed the people. Look, I just got out of his fucking ending. He sucks. I hate him. I hate Lawan so much.
例えば手紙とかな。
Livy.
ありがとうラバン
No, I don't want to write letters. That's lame. Let me see Livy. No, he's trash. He's garbage. I fucking hate him. The expression Lowen made was familiar. It was the face he made when Levy and I gave him trouble as kids.
それだってあまり大っぴらにできることじゃない。ほどほどにな。
No. Shut the fuck up. Levy is my trash. This room looked similar to the ones the three of us used when we were children. But before I could reminisce on the memories, a pen and paper were laid out on the desk. This was the first time I wrote a letter to Levy. I'd hardly ever written letters at all. I could only say things easily, but I had no idea it was this difficult to put messages on a paper. Lawan isn't a goat. He's garbage. I thought long and hard on every single word I wrote.
こんにちはラバンが手紙を届けてくれるというので手紙を書きました。レビに手紙なんて初めてだから何を書けばいいかわからないですけど、まずはありがとう。レビのおかげで私は牢屋を出て屋敷に戻ってくることができました。
I don't know, murder people? Okay, but like, no, but like, fuck, what was I gonna say? I forgot what I was gonna say. What's with characters I like in Otome games ending up in prisons? I hate this. This is the second time this has happened.
屋敷、こんなに
Why
大き
do
い
they
ものが
never
いく
have
つも
the
あるって聞
get
い
out of
て
jail
び
card?
っくりしました。
Come on. Have they never played Monopoly?
まだまだ私の知らないことがいっぱいありますね。レビは元気ですか？私も同じ地下牢にいたけど、地下牢は寒くて寂しかったです。レビも早く出られると嬉しいです。今いる屋敷はとても綺麗だけど、ラバンと二人だけだと広くて寂しいです。
No.
また手紙を書きます。さようなら。
Look, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay that Levy is a serial killer. The townsfolk in this fucking town sucks. They're all horrible. Look, I'm sorry. English isn't my first language. I'm not used to speaking this language. Okay? Finally finished. It took me so long just to write this. I wonder if it's alright. I wonder if what I wanted to say was conveyed. That was such a boring letter. What the fuck? The more I reread it, the more worried I got. Maybe I should rewrite it.
ジェド、俺はそろそろ出るぞ。
Seeing there was no time for that, I folded up the letter and handed it to Lawan.
ごめん遅くなって。それじゃあお願い。
ああ、任された。
Let me see, let me.
ラバンは読まないでね、それ。
そんなつもりはなかったが、そう言われると逆に気になるな。
Do not, you son of a bitch, piece of trash, garbage. I knew for certain that Lawan wouldn't do such a thing. I watched Lawan leave the manor and suddenly grew tired. I slumped down onto the sofa. Would Levy read it, and what would he think after he did? I wondered if writing a letter was all I could do. Wasn't there anything else I could do for Levy? I dozed off thinking about it. Sneak into the jail! For the next few days, I felt restless. Letters were so inconvenient, there was no way for me to know how the reader took my messages. Some people would say that was one of the best parts of letters, but it made me more and more impatient. And on this day, I was finally released from it. Right before twilight, Lavender turned to the manor to give it to me. I almost ripped it out of his hand as I thanked him before running to my room. I carefully opened up the folded piece of paper. Damn it! Is that really the CG we're gonna get? I'm so mad. I'm gonna be so mad. I'm so mad. My favorites are never the devs' favorites. The devs hate my favorites.
手紙ありがとな。こっちはまあなんとかやってる。
First thing I was surprised at was how neat the handwriting was. I didn't know Levy wrote this way.
牢屋暮らしも慣れると悪くないぜ。何もしないでも飯は出てくるし、寒さだって言うほどじゃない。
We need a prison break. I want him out. He was lying. I knew better than anyone how uncomfortable that place was. Continue to read Levy's neat handwriting.
お前が無事でよかったよ。俺は自業自得っていうか、いずれこうなることは分かりきってたし。
I don't care! Get him out!
それがちょっと早まっただけだ。だからお前はつまんねえこと気にしたりすんなよ。それと、よかったらまたなんか書いてくれよ。やることなくて退屈だしさ。お前の手紙読むだけでも暇つぶしになるし。頼んだぜ。
You said those kinds of things even over letters. But it didn't feel half bad, even if he said it that way, as long as reading my letter made him happy.
追伸。お前手紙書くの下手すぎ。子供かよ。読んだ瞬間吹き出しそうになったじゃねえか。
I love Levy. I love Levy.
次はもうちょいまともな文章書けよな。
Yes, I had a feeling my writing was bad, but it was irritating to have him say it so directly. I had an urge to simply not respond at all, but I couldn't give him a piece of my mind without writing back. Damn, this is so annoying.
下手くそな手紙で悪かったな。少し気取ったことを書こうとして失敗しただけだ。もう書くのをやめようと思ったけど、
Bye bye!
どうしても文句が言ってやりたくなった。
Thank you.
でもちょっとだけ安心した。レビがレビのままで。
Yeah.
それとレビって字が上手だったんだね。驚いたし、ちょっとずっと一緒に暮らしてたのに、こんな当たり前のことも知らなかったんだなって、少し情けない気分になった。それに寂しい。やっぱりレビに会いたいよ。直接文句も言ってやりたいしね。
I trusted my honest and heartfelt letter to Lavan. The response came a few days later. A single sentence was written on it. I'm scared.
俺もお前に会いたい。
Fuck you! Game, I hate this. Our letter exchange continued from then on. What I wrote about were ordinary things. I wrote about what happened that day or how the townspeople close to me were doing, and Levy offered his opinions on it all. I had so much fun writing to him. I couldn't wait to receive his responses. Levy still remained in jail. I didn't know what would happen to him. Would it be tomorrow or even further ahead? I suppressed those worries as we continued to exchange letters. We did this, trying to confirm each other's thoughts and feelings. We wrote and we read, and we slowly confirmed it. Continued for over a month. By the time the letters turned into a small stack. Please no death sentence.
レビに会いに行くか？
Oh my god! Oh my god! It was so sudden that it took me a few moments to realize what I just heard. Hell yeah! Go! See, Levy, does that mean it's alright to see him now?
いいの？
お前がそうしたければ。
Oh my god! Yes! 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 Go!
もちろんだよ。私もレビに会いたい。
Oh my god, Levy.
なら支度をしろ。
I ran out of the living room to get the coat in my room. I didn't even care about the reason why. See, Levy, that in itself made me so happy. Oh god. Is it because he's gonna get death sentence soon? Oh god. But at the time, I didn't notice Lamon's depressed expression. Fuck! Don't. No. No. If he dies, I am going out with him. I am killing myself. Feeling eager, my stride was quick. I never felt so much disdain toward the snow and how it slowed me down. Lamont said nothing as he kept up with my pace. He really wasn't talking at all. I saw the jail in the distance. I did spend a few days in that horrible place. And right now, the person I wanted to see was there. I leapt down the stairs. There were multiple metal barred cells, but Levy was placed in the closest one. He turned to me. He looked a little bit thinner, but upon seeing me, he smiled.
でっけえ声出すなよ。ここ響くんだからさ。
His smile and attitude was the same as I remembered. Hearing that reassured
そん
me.
なことしか言えないの？久しぶりに会えたのに。
お前が来んのは兄貴から聞いてたし。これからよろしくな。
これから？
あれ？お前聞いてないのか？
今から説明するところだ。
Seems like they talked about this, so I waited for Lamont to continue.
ジェド、お前にレビの食事番を頼みたい。
食事番？
食事を用意してこいつに届けてくれればいい。
そこはせめて2回にしてくんねえかな。
そうしてほしいならせいぜい食事番の機嫌を取るんだな。
本当に私でいいの？
嫌なら別のものに頼むが。
嫌なんてそんなことは全然。
Is he gonna die soon? Is that what it is? I am scared.
食事の間は
I am
こいつがお
scared.
かしな真似をしないよう見張っておいてほしい。
なんだよおかしな真似って。
I was saying it in a roundabout way, but it meant I could see Levy every day and talk with him during his
あり
meals.
がとう、ラバン。
礼を言うのはこっちだ。面倒な仕事を引き受けてくれて助か。
早速で悪いんだけどさ、俺今日まだ何も食ってねえんだけど。
そうなの？すぐ何か用意してくるよ。ああ、最初から言ってくれれば何か作ってきたのに。
Before today, I should go find his shop to get him something. I wonder what was good. I prefer to buy something Levy liked. I'm scared.
悪いな、兄貴。
いや、俺の方こそ
I'm scared!
すまない。
No, he's gonna die. I don't want this. From then on, I made food to deliver to Levy. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Depending on the day, I also brought him snacks. Back when I lived in the tower, I often cooked extremely simple things, but now I try my best to make something proper. Fortunately, or perhaps annoyingly so, Levy didn't hide his dissatisfaction or preferences. It made the job worthwhile. I wanted him to say he liked it, and it made me happy to know that he did. But Levy ate his meals I bought. I was always by his side. Ate the meals I brought. Though we were separated by the bars, I could touch him if I reached out. We talked about many things. They were mostly ordinary things, like what we wrote about in our letters. Levy responded immediately and smiled at whatever I said. We'd probably talk about the same things in the living room of the manor too. Yes, it was like spending our daily lives together. I was late to the jail that night. One of the reasons was because I made soup that took extra time to simmer. Levy complained before that he wouldn't eat it unless the vegetables were completely cooked through. The other reason was that there was a snowstorm in the evening. The visibility was bad and it was hard to walk through. On top of that, it made the soup colder faster. Crazy snow, but managed to arrive at the jail. I'm scared, I'm scared, I'm scared, I'm scared!
え、お前今日も来たのか？
What a terrible thing to say to me first thing. Did he not know what I went through to get here? I glared at him to show my irritation, and Levy nervously tried to explain.
いや、だってさ、すげえ雪なんだろ？さっき見回りに来たおっちゃんがとても出歩けないって言ってたし。
It was snowing hard, but I didn't think it was that bad. I laid down his food and climbed up the stairs to see.
本当だ。1年に一度あるかどうかの雪だね。
いや、 お前その中を歩いてきたんだよな。
だってせっかく作ったし。
Can't believe I didn't notice at all.
ま、ありがとな。飯抜き覚悟してたからすげえ嬉しい。
I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. I was glad to hear that. Put my cooking on a tray and handed it through an opening in the bars.
まだあったけえな。じゃ、いただきます。
どうぞ召し上がれ。
お、
どうかした？
いや、なんつうか芋が溶けたぞ。口の中でジュワって。
ふふん、形を崩さないようにそれだけ煮込むの大変だったんだからね。
すげえなお前。しかもめちゃくちゃうまいし。
Seemed to enjoy my cooking today. That was good. Even while Levy was eating, the snow seemed to get heavier. I was starting to hear the howling winds too.
これ外吹雪いてんじゃねえか。
そうかも。帰るのは無理かな。
たく無理してくるから。どうすんだよ。
しょうがない。今日はここに泊まるよ。
泊まるって、ここ牢屋だぞ。
平気だよ。何日か入れられてたこともあるし。
ああ、そういやそうだったな。
Right. Fortunately, there was a pile of straw, so I laid some in front of the bars. Didn't want to lay directly over the stone floor.
そっち寒くねえか。
平気だよ。
He also lay down. Although we were parted by the bars, he lay down right next to
こ
me.
んな風に並んで寝るのいつ以来だろう。
さあな。ガキの頃だし、10年以上前かな。
そっか。
We talked a bit more, and then I closed my eyes. Sounds coming from the wind settled enough for me to hear Levy breathing. A slight feeling of loneliness made me reach my hand out to him. For when past the bars, my hand touched something, then softly held my hand. Levy was thinking the same thing.
やっぱ寒いだろ。手、冷てえぞ。
Levy.
そんなことないって。
冷てえけど、あったかいな。
なんだよそれ。
お前はいっつもあったかい。
I opened my eyes and looked at Levy. He was also looking at me with a gentle smile.
俺さ、ここに入れられてからずっと考えてたんだ。
何を？
いつからお前に惚れてたのかなって。
それ、私も知りたい。
なんかずっと忘れてたんだけどさ。なんでもないことがきっかけだったんだよな。あの時もこうやって手を握ってたっけ。
あの時？
Levy mumbled. I looked at him to urge him to continue. I didn't have to worry. I would never be afraid of or reject Levy.
人を殺すのに慣れてきちまった頃。
うん。
あの頃の俺は人を殺したくて、母さんにも褒めてもらいたくて。でもちょっと辛くなっててさ、氷みたいに冷たい水で血を洗い落としながら、
Oh, right.
自分はこのま
The
まお
note.
かしくなっちまうんじゃないかって怯えてた。そんな時にお前が手を握ってくれたんだ。
Levy was right about it being simple. It didn't sound memorable to me one bit. I never gave a second thought to holding his hand, and if he was cold, that was all the more reason to hold it.
それがすっげえあったかくて嬉しかった。だからそっからどんどんお前のこと好きになってって。
女だって知らなかったのに？
人として好きになったんだよ。で多分俺どっかで分かってたんだと思う。
そっか。
本当に小さくてどうでもいいことだけど、そんなもんなのかもな。人を好きになるきっかけなんて。
It was a gentle declaration of love. Because he said it with an open heart, his feelings went directly into me. Though Levy committed crimes, he was afraid of hurting himself and being hated. I knew that feeling better than anyone.
私たち似てるのかもしれないね。
そうか？
私も自分が魔女だってことを隠して生きてきたから、 そのことで誰かに嫌われたくなかった。フランシスカにもラバンにも、もちろんレビにも。
その頃に俺がお前の手を取ってたらさお前の方が先に俺に惚れてたのかもな。
それはどうだろうね。
なんでだよ。
Both giggled in the dark jail. The fact that this is happening in jail. After we finished laughing, that we spoke, his face serious.
俺さ、多分処刑されると思う。
No, don't say that. I'll cry. I can't do this. That froze my expression.
やったことを考えれば当然だけどな。
そんな。
But I've been convinced that if it happened to someone else, that it couldn't be helped. But not with him. I had these selfish thoughts that I didn't want the same to happen with him.
どうしてそう思うの？
兄貴の態度を見てりゃうすうすな。こうしてお前にも合わせてくれたし。
That's right. Try to remember Lama's expression over the past few days. Just for Levy's sake before his execution. Lavan did this because I would never see Levy again.
嫌だよ、そんなの。
しょうがねえだろ。
It can! Prison! Break! We're going on the run!
だってレビは私を助けてくれたのに、私を助けるためにみんなの前で犯人だって。
当たり前だ。お前は悪いことなんて一つもしてない。悪いのは俺だ。
You said that so matter-of-factly. Was Levy already prepared to die? I couldn't say the same about myself. I didn't want him to die. Although he had to atone for his crimes, I wanted him to stay alive.
私はみんなに魔女だって言われてた。でもレビのおかげで誤解が解けて、少しずつだけどみんな私を怖がらなくなってきたんだ。
そっか。よかったな。
だからレビだって生きていればきっと。
Levy let out a weak smile. I knew why. There was definitely a difference between Levy and me. But one day, he might be forgiven, even if it was by only a few. But if he was dead... Don't you say that! Don't you say that! I didn't know how to act when he thanked me. I hadn't done anything. I couldn't do anything.
もしもさ、俺が許されることがあったら、その時はお前と暮らしたいな。二人きりで。
Yes! Levy started talking about a bright future. Yes, let's talk about that for now.
ラバンは一緒じゃないの？
No!
兄貴はいいや。ずっと一緒だったし。
Yes! I love you, Levy! You get me!
ひどいな。
It's true.
そんでさ、お前と二人で暮らすようになったら、お前のこと守れるくらい強くなりたい。
レビは十分強いよ。
全然だよ。もっとこう、本当の意味で強くなりてんだ。命を奪うんじゃなくて、守る。
You already protected me. Thanks to you, I can walk around town without fearing for my life. Levy was strong and kind.
レビと暮らせたら楽しいだろうね。
おう、退屈だけはさせないと思うぜ。
レビはさ、私が魔女だって打ち明けた時、あっさり受け入れてくれたよね。
ん？
それだけじゃない。本当は女だってバレちゃった時も全然気にしない。むしろ女で嬉しかったって。
俺そんなこと言ったっけ？
言ったよ。はっきり覚えてる。
ちぇ、お前には下手なこと言えないな。
言ってもらえた方が嬉しいよ。本当の私を見て本当のことを言ってくれるのは。そんな人がいなければきっと寂しい。
Couldn't do this. I tried to keep it a happy topic, but I went back to this.
おい、ジェド。
レビがいなくなるなんて考えられない。レビがいなくなるのは嫌だよ。
Prison break! Tears fell. Same! We had been together for as long as I can remember. I couldn't imagine him not being around. He would be gone. The thought of that struck fear into me. I didn't think it would be such a sad thing. Prison
なんか
break!
すげえ告
Please!
白だな。
Please! Levy wiped away my tears with his other hand. He then placed it on my cheek. Damn it!
せっかくこんなに近くにいるのにキスもできないな。
The bars were just wide enough to have a hand go through. This fence of iron that smelled of rust separated us. That we could come close, we could never be together. No, don't say that! He pulled at my hand and kissed the back of it, as if it was the most he could do in that moment. What? I'm gonna kill myself. I hate this. No other words were needed. Livy's warm hand enveloped my fingertips.
お前と暮らせるようになったらさ、そのうち夫婦になったりするかもしれないよな。
Livy's the best character. I'm sorry, it's just... Start to talk about the future again. A bright one, filled with hope. One that would never come.
私とレビが
Fucking... why do I play these fucking depressing fucking Atome games? I hate this!
そんでさ、子供も何人か生まれてさ。
そうなったら大変だ。レビだって子供みたいなものなのに。
うるせえ。親になったらしっかりするよ。
ごめん。レビは優しいお父さんになりそうだね。
だろ？俺、子供ができたらいっぱい本とか読んでやりたいんだ。
I hate it when they stick my fucking favorite characters into prisons. Why? Stop doing that. Stop throwing them into jail cells. I don't care that they've killed a few people. What the fuck?
そっちも大事だけどさ。俺が子供の頃って母さんにそういうのしてもらえなかったからさ。子供にはしてやりたいんだ。俺がして欲しかったことを。
I hate everything.
そっか。きっと楽しいだろうね。
きっとじゃねえよ。絶対だ。
The night was getting late, but Livy continued talking about future dreams so happily. His dream was not a grand one, it was a humble family with the two of us together. In the midst of this happy feeling, I gradually grew sleepier. My eyelids felt heavy and I couldn't keep them open. They better not kill him. This better not end with him getting executed. I'm not ready for the emotional damage. I have 2 more fucking endings to go through. Let me gently patted my head. Soon I fell asleep. In my dreams, I lived with him and our children. I will fucking ban you. Fuck you. Fuck you, Vito. Levy's dream became my dream. I will literally jump out of my window if he... I have a window right near me right now. I will jump out if he dies.
眠っちまったか。多分これでお別れだな。
Don't you dare. Don't you dare. Don't you dare.
お前が会える時があるといいな。
No. 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 Woke up faster. I woke up to pain and must have been because I slept on the stone floor. It was early morning. The sky outside the jail was brightening and the blizzard had subsided. Where's Levy? Where's Levy? Our connected were entwined. I looked through the bars and saw an object wrapped up like a cocoon. Speaking of which, Levy tossed and turned a lot in his sleep. He often kicked me out of bed when we were kids. Oh no, he's not in there. I laughed to myself and stood up carefully to make sure I didn't wake him. He stayed out without telling Lavan, so I had to go back at least once. That and I needed to make breakfast for this caterpillar. No, 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 no. I exited the jail and walked quickly back to the manor. I counted the remaining ingredients in my head to think of what to make. I could only put together something simple for breakfast. Whatever, I'd just make something nicer for lunch and dinner for him. No, 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 no.
早かったな。
Oh god, lava?
ラバン
I opened the door and saw the lord of the manor in front of me. Was he waiting for me to come back?
ただいまごめん昨日は
分かっている。あの吹雪じゃ仕方
I'm
ない。
scared. I'm
大
scared.
変だったな。
うん
I'm scared. I'm scared. It didn't seem mad, but Laban didn't say anymore. An awkward silence came over us.
レビの朝食を作らないといけないから
その必要はない。
No! No! He spoke those words coldly. Despite those words, Laban's expression was filled with pain. No, a sudden chill hits me. But I forced out a few words to confirm what Laban said.
どうして
That's not a few words, that's one word.
K が執行されるからだ。
What do you mean by now?
今頃はも
By now? What did he mean by now? Livy wasn't alive anymore? Vision blurred, my entire body shook and I felt weak in the knees. I couldn't stay standing anymore. As I fell, Lemon rushed over to help me up.
う極刑は免れた。
What? Huh?
それじゃレビは
He was alive. A slight glimmer of hope shone in my eyes. Then what was Livy's punishment?
追放だ。
追放どこに
Wait, but they can't get out of the town. Levin turned away. There's no way he didn't know. He just didn't want to say. If you were exiled, where could you go? Outside the town? It's impossible. This town was a closed world. Then, the forest? Could go deeper into the forest past the tower. Maybe he could live there. But how? Couldn't escape the elements and there was no way to get food there. No, but if someone delivered it...
あいつを助けようとした者には同じ刑が下る。
Alright!
そういう決定だ。
We're getting exiled too now. I don't give a shit.
そんな
So different from telling Livy to die. They wouldn't kill him immediately, they wouldn't dirty their hands, but they wanted him to die. Slowly, alone. There might still be time, I might still be able to see Livy. Seeing me able to run out of the manor, Lemon grabbed my arm. Fuck off!
行くな。
I hope you get capital punishment.
行ってどうする。お前まで追放されるぞ。
I don't care!
でもそれでも
レビも承知のことだ。あいつは全部知っていた。今日追放されることも
I
全
don't
て。
care! It had to be a lie. He said he thought he would be executed. His expression was so gentle, there was no way that he knew. He knew and didn't tell me?
あいつはお前には言わなかった。
I don't care!
それを汲んでやってくれ。
どうして
最後にお前と話したいと。あいつはそれだけを望んだ。きっとただお前と。
Hold on, I need tissues. Hold on, I'm gonna mute. I hate this game. He held my arm even tighter. It hurt. Pain and helplessness overcame me. I knew Lavan felt pain because this is all he could do. But I...
ラバ
Run! Let's go!
ジェド
I love you, Chad! I shook off his hand and ran outside the manor. Snow was beginning to fall from the sky, so soon after such a harsh blizzard last night. Where was Levy? He was still in the jail cell this morning. No, maybe I only saw something rolled up in sheets. Could it be that he was already gone then? I know their leads. I had to go to the jail first. I went to the place where Levy and I last spoke. The jail cell looked identical to this morning. The bars were still closed and it was made to appear like there was someone in the sheets.
レビー
There is no Levy there. I knew it would be meaningless, but I called out to it. No moment. Dropped to my knees. There was one thing that was different from this morning, or perhaps I just didn't notice.
これは
There was a piece of folded paper stuck between the doors of the cell. It was the same paper as the letters Levy wrote to me. I carefully took out the paper so as not to tear it. My fingers trembled as I tried to unfold the letter. Written inside the paper were only a few words.
ごめんな。ありがとう。
That was it. Just a few words that couldn't even be called a letter. They were in the neat handwriting I was used to seeing. I couldn't help but admit that it was from him.
バカ野郎
I was like crying from only these words. I gripped the letter so tightly that it crumbled. Overcame by pain and helplessness, I slammed my fists against the bars. The very bars that separated Levy and me. A loud noise reverberated through the cells. I stood up and wiped my tears with my hands, still tightly clenched in the fist. We're hunting him down! I started running as it continued to snow. The white snow danced in the sky, but even brighter than that was a field of snowdrop flowers. And buried in the flowers, Levy lay there, facing the sky. Well, at least he was easy to find. As if he didn't feel the cold. Simply looked up at the sky blankly, as if he lost something in his heart. He was let out of the cell early in the morning before the sun rose and chased into the forest. After walking for a while, he arrived at the snowdrop field and did this for hours. The wind blew. Snowdrop petals danced in the breeze.
そろそろ行くか。
Got up, the patting of the snow or petals stuck on him. Took one step and...
Levy!
He heard a voice. The voice he yearned for, the voice he shouldn't be able to hear, the voice he shouldn't be allowed to hear. He turned around and saw her.
ジェド。
Didn't know how to search for the snowdrop field in the forest. I ran blindly through the trees and arrived at the place Levy was. I made it in time. I got to see him again. I had stopped briefly, but quickly resumed running to close the distance. Levy didn't move. I crashed into him at full speed, at full force.
ジェド、お前。
バカこのバカ
バカはお前だ。なんで来たんだよ。
His voice was shaking, my voice was teary, and I had to tell him.
私はレビと一緒に行く。そう決めた。
一緒に行くって。行き先なんてないんだぞ。
分かってる。
俺はお前にだけは生きてて。
Shut the fuck up!
ごめん。でもどこに誰と行くかは私自身が決めることだから。
どうして俺なんだよ。
レビが大好きだから。レビと一緒にいると楽しい。くだらない話をしたり、憎まれ口を叩き合ったり、そんな小さくてどうでもいいことが私にとってのきっかけだったんだ。
Am I falling in love with Levy?
そんな時にお前が手を握ってくれたんだ。本当に小さくてどうでもいいことだけど、そんなもんなのかもな。人を好きになるきっかけなんて。
I took Levy's cold and frozen hands. Levy said he fell in love with me during this some small event I didn't even remember. But it was the same. The feelings I had now were true and only came to be from the many small things I experienced myself.
本当にいいのか。
Hey! Yes! Go!
私はレビと一緒にいたい。 最後まで一緒に。
ありがとう。
Oh my god. Oh my god. Like you finally embraced me after all this time. Alright. Getting exiled from the town together. He held me tight with his cold frostbite arms. In that case, I would warm him up. I want to share my heat with him. From now on as well in this unending winter. There might not be anything up ahead. The end might come immediately. But even so, I wanted to smile to the end. I wanted to be by his side at that moment.
ありがとう。ジェド。
Covered in white frost, we embraced each other with our shivering bodies. Surrounded by these fantastical white flowers. Forever and ever. I hate everything. Okay, it didn't go the worst way it could have gone, so it's fine. It's fine. It's okay. It's okay. Unlocked Levy's ending. Town of Sinners. Man. Alright. Hugh ending 2. Traveler's ending. Previous save file. Well, he got exiled from the town, but the thing is you can't really leave the town. So it was basically like freezing to death. But MC joined him in that, so is that my save? Okay, they never confirmed that they died. So they never confirmed that they died, so it's okay. Okay, I need to check notes. Why is wait, how do I unlock the last one? What? Huh? Wait, what? Completing the rest of the endings in the game. Completing all the short episodes. Completing all the notes in the flowchart. Wait, I don't have... Wait, what? I don't have a note unlocked, though. What? I'm pretty sure I have all the short episodes done, though. Hold on. What? Gathered all the town and clear. Oh, wait. Huh? Wait, but I thought... Cleared all short episodes. I did that, didn't I? Yeah. What? Why is it not unlocked? Oh, wait. Should I restart? Should I do it this way? Please go faster. Oops. Let's see. Wait, how do I unlock the last note? What the fuck? Okay, I guess I can try like this. You see... Okay, let's see. 3-1. You seemed... Okay, let's see. Will it work now? Because I don't have the last note, but it says you have to read... Oh! Oh! Okay, here you go. He seemed kinder than he did previously. Why was it that I felt closer to him than before?
悩みがあるときは絵物語を読むのがよろしいかと。
絵物語？絵本のことですか？
はい。物語は
Oops.
時に真実を語り、そんな幾多の終わりのな。
I'm gonna speed through this now. I got through the one I was really invested in. Picture books, huh? I met someone who was looking for that recently. I remembered Ash briefly. He's not at the tavern today. My eyes met with the old man's as I glanced around the area. I looked away mid-conversation and was feeling slightly awkward. He, of course, paid no attention to that and just smiled. I bowed and thanked him.
ありがとうございます。今度読んでみます。
Bowed again slightly and left. A few days passed. I went out to investigate that day. Dropped by the tavern since it was so familiar to me. I wonder if Ash is here today. The thought crossed my mind briefly. There were so few customers when I entered the tavern that I saw Ash immediately. He was there again, in his usual seat, writing something in his notebook. It didn't seem like he noticed me coming in. He was as mysterious as usual. Though there were that many customers, the loud voices of the others filled the air. I got the impression that time progressed much more slowly around Ash. I wonder if he would be surprised if I talked to him all of a sudden. What sort of face would he make when he was surprised? I started to feel childish urge to play a prank. I snuck up behind Ash without making a sound and...
何を書いているんですか？
物語だよ。
Natural response came from him without turning around. That was disappointing. But more than that, I wondered about Ash's words.
物語？
うん。普通の女の子の物語。普通の女の子が一人の男性と出会って徐々に距離を縮めていってやがて恋をする。
That was simple, but it was a happy story. The story of an ordinary girl falling in love. I was surprised to learn that he would write something like this. He said that he wrote stories of people he met on his journeys. I wondered if Ash met a girl like that before.
つまらない話をしちゃったかな。
He seemed to have taken my silence as boredom, so I hurried to reassure him.
いえ、そんなことは私はいいと思います。
本当に？
はい、なんていうか、普通の女の子の話って憧れますし。
Blurted out what I thought without any filter.
君だって普通の女の子じゃないか。
そうですね。
Those words stung in my heart. Could it be from the guilt of hiding my identity or from how I couldn't reveal it? The positive feelings I had earlier suddenly deflated. In its place, a dark and heavy emotion came through. I looked down to see the hair from my wig drooping on my shoulders. It made me realize that I was no ordinary girl. This is not the real me, but It was weird in the beginning. I was really resisted wearing this outfit.
気に障ることを言ったかな。だとしたら申し訳ない。
あ、違うんです。
I realized I was acting strangely today. It was as if I was unable to properly control my emotions. Maybe I should leave for now, but...
また来てもよろしいですか？
I didn't want things to turn awkward, so I suggested that we meet again.
もちろんいつでも。あ、でも一つだけお願いがあるから。
お願い？
もっと普通の言葉で語りかけてほしいんだ。そのかしこまった喋り方は君に似合わない気がして。
Doesn't match me. Well, of course, I wasn't used to talking this way either.
ダメかな。
Pleaded to me while turning his head to the side. The gesture made him look cute. It was so unfitting of the man in front of me that it made me snicker. Since Ash was saying that, I should just oblige.
わかった。それじゃあまた来るね。
うん。僕はいつもここで待っているから。
Gentle gaze turned toward me. It was the best smile Ash had given me since we met. That led me to drop by the tavern more often than before. To investigate, of course, but I always find myself at the tavern even when I had no particular business there. Somehow, talking to Ash soothed my soul. Call me an ordinary girl, even with the legends of the witch, he has a different perspective on it from the townspeople. Since he was from the outside town, he didn't know who Jed was. That was why I didn't need to be too careful around him. I didn't have to be afraid of him finding out my true identity as I talked to him. What I had to do for everyone else, I didn't for him. That felt refreshing. When I came to the tavern as I usually did, Ash was always there, as promised. He talked to me about many things.
世界には灼熱の大地というものがある。
CG.
見渡す限りが砂の山で、そこを旅するんだ。
灼熱ってことはすごく暑いの？
それはもう昼間は照りつける光に焼かれ、夜は凍えるように冷えてしまう。
あまり住みやすそうなところじゃないね。
でも空が広くて静寂が心地いい場所だった。よく夜は柔らかな砂のベッドに寝転び、空いっぱいに広がる星を眺めるんだ。
空いっぱいの星。
あ、でも砂漠の盗賊には気をつけて。僕は気がついたら盗賊団の一員になっていたんだ。うっかりね。
Cute, what the fuck?
うっかり？
そう。
本当に？
あの時は参ったよ。
One time.
世の中にはね、雪を見たことがないという人もたくさんいるんだよ。そういった人たちはこの町のことを羨ましく思ってるんじゃないかな。
そんな、雪なんて迷惑なだけなのに、冷たいし濡れるし足元は滑るし。
毎日雪に囲まれているとそう考えるようになるんだね。
アッシュはどう思ってるの？
初めてこの町に来た時はとても美しい雪景色だと思ったよ。
でも
やっぱり毎日は勘弁してほしいかな。
そうだよね。あ、でも大雪にもいいことが一つあるよ。
何？
温めたシチューがいつもよりずっと美味しく感じられる。
なるほど、それはいいことを聞いた。今度試してみよう。
うんうん。
その時はぜひ君も一緒に。一人より二人の方がもっと美味しく感じられそうだ。
And during another
アッシュは
time.
海も見たことあるの？
それはもちろん。ああ、君はこの町から出たことがないんだったね。
知識としては知ってるんだけど。
言葉で伝えるのは難しいね。海の広さは。
そうか。
そんなことはないさ。いつか町の外に出る機会だってきっとある。その時は僕が道案内を仰せつかろうかな。
I heard many stories of the sort while I was at the world outside of town. Talking with Ash was fun, but it made me slightly envious of him. The more I heard his stories, the more I wanted to know. I wanted to learn of the outside world and also about Ash. We were growing closer and closer. After a while, Ash began to share what was written inside one of his notebooks. There were notes of what he saw and heard in the many places he had been, written like they were stories. Sometimes he would stop talking and show me his handbook. There were sad stories, funny stories, suspenseful stories, exciting stories. All of them were worlds I have never seen before. The time I spent with Ash became more something I looked forward to every day.
この主人公の子、好きだな。
Stated my opinion after finishing reading a part of his handbook. On this day, Ash let me read a story he wrote, as he always did. It was the story of the ordinary girl that he briefly mentioned the other time.
気に入ったならよかった。まだ書き途中で評価は難しいと思うけど。
うんうん、いいと思う。続きが早く読みたい。
ありがとう。
Ash smiled happily at me. I couldn't say anything considered, but when he smiled that way, I felt a little flustered. There was one thing that I was wondering about. Ash's stories were about the people he met on his journeys, which meant he had met that girl as well. Maybe I should ask him. I was always asking him questions, but for some reason I was strangely reluctant
この
today.
子、可愛くていい子だよね。アッシュはこの子と。
I wonder why I couldn't continue.
どうしたの？
あ、なんでもない。
Shouldn't. Nothing would come of asking him anyway. I didn't want to make this awkward. At least that was what I thought.
君も可愛くていい子だよ。
え？
It was so sudden. I wonder if it was one of his usual jokes. Ash sometimes did things like that. I looked toward him to see him staring at me with his usual look on his face. His eyes are fixed onto me, unmoving. But what? Those serious eyes caused me to be overcome with embarrassment. I was blushing red. Ash was usually like this, but why was I so agitated today?
また、そういう冗談。
This ending is so out of nowhere. It's so funny.
僕から見れば 君は素敵な女の子だ。どうしたの？
Oh, she's so cute. Oh my god. He's so cute. Why was he doing this all of a sudden? There was no way I could calm myself down. This compliment made me blush like never before. This isn't fair. My heart raced in faster. I never felt this way before. It's different from when I run all out. It was hotter, raising the temperature of my whole body. His hand reached for my cheek. Shoulders twitched and I felt the heat within my body converge into my right eye. Covered my right eye instinctively. No CG of you though. Hi, good morning. We're still going. My eye turned red. Did he see it? Right when I knew that I messed up, it was already too late. Ashen was staring at my face. Well, I could feel myself turning pale. The heat in my eyes still burned. Please stop. Hurry, hurry. I was helpless to it, so I closed my eyes. I hid my face with my shaking hands.
急にどうしたの？
I was crying to Levy's root before this. Well, not crying. I teared up, though. Levy's the best character in this game. He asked me as if nothing happened.
今、私の目。
目がどうかしたのかい？
おかしくなって。
I was stuttering. Did he see it? If he did, then couldn't ask him. I was too afraid. I love how when you stay up past a certain point, you don't even feel tired anymore. I feel as if I got a nice 8 hours of rest and it's 2 p.m. I'm going insane. I just gently held a hand that covered my eye. I felt weak. I couldn't resist him as he pulled my hand away. My right eye still felt hot. Please don't look. If he saw this,
何もおかしくないよ。
It wasn't possible. It was the witch's eye. There was no way it wasn't strange.
とても綺麗な瞳だ。何もおかしなところはない。
He beats it to reassure me, yet my heart was still racing.
でも。
まったく、そういうのはお家でやってくださいね。
うわ！
おかわり、お持ちしました。
The tavern employee slammed the mugs into the table. Did she not see the eye? Okay.
どうもありがとう。
はいはい。ああ、忙しい忙しい。
Yeah. Was that a tavern employee? I'm sure she also saw my face. And yet she walked away as if nothing happened. My eyes still felt hot. I cautiously looked around. It was far from being packed, but there were still customers here and there. But no one seemed to care about me. I didn't say anything more. He looked at me anxiously. It's strange. It was like I was the only one feeling weird. It's like no one is saying anything even after seeing my witch's eye. I did. My current one is only 3 hours. My mind reached its limit in confusion and I ran outside. I ran far away without saying goodbye to Ash. What did it mean? Try to remember what happened today. After running at full speed, I had returned to the tower before I knew it. I threw myself into the chair and couldn't move for a while. Getting to breathe heavily and slowly the confusion in my mind finally seemed to subside. I thought there would be a commotion, that I wouldn't be able to stay here anymore. Mika spin! Mika spin! My emotions were heightened and my right eye turned red, and red eye was proof of the bitch in this town. That was what I thought. Ashen and the people at the tavern didn't react to it at all. I knew for sure my eye had turned red. Was it really red? There was no way to find out. It was then that a spark of doubt crossed my mind. Something that I've never thought of after I learned about my eye. I'd never seen my eye turn red myself. I had that feeling when my eye felt hotter. There was no way to see it. Unless people around me told me my eye was red, I would never know. Thought my eye turned red today, but no one said anything. Maybe it didn't? I don't know. I can't know. Someone would have to tell me. I didn't realize that until today. Why couldn't I recognize something like that all this time? It was something that only mattered if others noticed it. There was no joy or surprise. A slight chill seemed to go up my spine. It was Francesca who told me my eye turned red. And the only ones who know it were Francesca and Ashen Hawk. This is the next ending is the last ending, and I only have one last note to read, so close. Very close. What if they were both lying? Even if it wasn't a lie, what if they were mistaken? I couldn't outright deny the possibility. I didn't want to. Maybe my eye doesn't turn red. If there's even a slight chance. Oh god. I called to Ashen Hog, but as expected, he was nowhere to be found. I knew that he was never fit to confirm these things, and decided to wait until the next morning to seek the advice of someone I trusted. What the fuck is she gonna do? Oh god. I wonder if Francesca is here. I walked slightly slower than usual on these familiar stairs. Because it came in that warning, I thought she might be out, but luckily Francesca's home.
あら、ジェド、いらっしゃい。じゃないわね。お帰りなさい。
フランシスカ、いきなりごめん。
Tried to exchange the usual salutations, but saw an unexpected face. Hugh? It was Ash. What was he doing here? I remember what happened yesterday and my heart jumped.
どうも。はじめまして。
Ash spoke in an inquisitive tone while he fought back the anxiety rising within me. He said pleased to meet me? Oh, that's right. It's the first time I met him in men's clothing.
こちらの少年は？
ジェドというの。私のもう一人の子供よ。
どうも。はじめまして。
そうですか。僕はアッシュです。突然お邪魔して申し訳ありませんでした。
Why does he call himself Ash this time? A curt exchange of greetings. Then again, it was to be expected because we hadn't met before.
では、僕はこれで。
ええ、心ゆくまでこの町に滞在していって。
Then turning around, Ash left the room. That's it? Of course, to Ash I wasn't the girl at the tavern. It would be more odd to act so friendly towards someone you just met. Still, it made me feel strangely lonesome. It made me feel like the distance between us had grown wider.
フランシスカ、今の人は？
旅の方なんですって。しばらく町に滞在したいからって
そうなんだ。
それであなたは？
That's right, I needed to ask about my red eye. Shook my head once in an effort to clear the fuzziness from my mind.
あのさ、フランシスカ。
It might be quicker to show her than to explain it. Till now, I never tried to do this intentionally. Why? I focused on my right eye. I remembered the feeling I had when it happened, and it gradually grew hotter. Yes, this is the feeling. My eye should be red right now.
どうしたの？急に怖い顔して。
What?
ごめんなさい。怒らせるようなことをしてしまったかしら。心当たりが多すぎて、どれのことかわからないけれど。
違う、そんなんじゃなくて。
What's happening?
それだけ？
Why is her red eye invisible now?
それだけって言われても。
Francesca looked troubled by my actions. There had been a time where she wouldn't comment on my eye turning red. There had never been a time. Oops. I need to ask her one more thing.
あのさ、俺の右目って魔女の目だよね。
ジェド、そんな大きな声で。
普段は普通の瞳だけど、感情が高ぶると赤くなって。
やめなさい。確かにあなたの瞳は、特徴的だけれど、決して魔女なんかじゃないわ。
She was scolding me seriously. It wasn't a lie that my eye did turn red before. Then right now...
ジェド？
ごめん、変なこと言って。
まっ ったくよ。何かあったの？
What?
なんでもないん
I'm
だ。
confused.
本当に。
あ、ジェド。
Try to get away from the manor as quickly as I could. Alright, you're going to die. It was then a thought crossed my mind. The way Francesca reacted, could it be? My red eye has been fixed? My eye is gone? That hope sprung up in my heart. Maybe my eye no longer turned red. If that was the case, there was no more need to fake my gender. No one would ever call me a witch again. I didn't have a red eye. I could turn back to being a normal girl. I couldn't believe something like this could happen. I could even wear clothes like Francesca does. I could pick and choose accessories, grow my hair, and even wear makeup. There were things that I thought I would never have, and they suddenly fell into my lap. I can return back to being a normal girl. Maybe when I thought that, suddenly Ash's face came to mind. He had a rather distant demeanor because I was a man. But if I was a woman, if I would always be a woman... Patiently, I hurried back to the tower so that I could change into woman's clothing. I wanted to change into different clothes and return to town. I had to run a long distance, so I was short of breath. I couldn't meet him like this. I'd had to calm my breathing before heading out to the tower. Ash was sitting in his usual seat, but he seemed a bit restless. When our eyes met, he smiled brightly. Hopefully! I hope so. You'll see. I was sure that I was making the same kind of smile.
よかった。今日は会えないかと思ってた。
どうして？
昨日あんな別れ方をしてしまったから、きっと僕が怒らせたんだろうと思って。
あ、違うんだ。あれは私の事情で、私の方こそ。
いいんだ。今日も君は来てくれた。
I finally remembered my attitude yesterday. I was actually glad Ash wasn't mad at me instead. I sat down across from Ash and wondered what to talk about today. What kind of story would he tell me? Right when I thought that,
もういや、やってられない。
a loud yell echoed throughout the cavern.
毎日安い給料でこき使われて、もううんざりだわ。あの人とだってろくに会えないし、別れたら店長のせいなんだから。
おい、落ち着けって。こんな客の見てる前で。
No.
知らない。私もうやめる。こんな店。
I'm wanna sleep, please. The waitress threw off her apron and slammed onto the floor before she left. I wasn't sure exactly what happened, but I suppose she couldn't take being so busy anymore. When I entered the tavern, I only had eyes for Ash, but now that I looked around, all the seats were filled. God, I can't read. And most of them were relatively big men that would eat and drink plenty. Was she and the owner the only ones dealing with all these customers? And as for those customers, only a handful looked uneasy over the exchange, while the remainder watched the parade with amusement. Some of them were also drunk, and soon they began to yell at the owner. Okay, I need to go through faster. It's almost 7 a.m.
飲み物来ねえぞ。いつまで待たせんだ。
待ってくれ。ないっぺんに言われても。
If it was a prank, they were taking it too far. The owner seemed so confused about what to do. I'd like to help, but...
僕のことはいいよ。言っておいで。
What is happening? So weird. Those words encouraged me. I stood up from my seat and headed to the confused owner.
よかったら手伝います。
本当か。そいつは助かる。
I'm not gonna eat through the whole day. I can't eat through the whole day. I have things to do, but... I was instantly hired. The owner's face was half crying, half smiling. It seemed he really was in
で
trouble.
も、店で出すような料理とかはあまり自信が。
そっちは俺がやる。あんたは客の相手を任せた。
Saying that, the owner ran into the kitchen.
なんだ。もう代わりが見つかったのかよ。
おい、大皿2人前っつってんだろ。
誰でもいいから早くしろ。
Alright. Picked up the apron the girl threw down and wrapped it around my waist.
はい。ただいまお伺いします。
I was so busy my head was spinning. Orders came in and one after another. Right after I thought the table finished, new customers replaced them. There was no time to even take a small break. First I thought the girl was selfish, but now I knew exactly how she felt. But that didn't make it right for her to abandon her job. Sent off another group of customers with a raspy voice. The number in the tavern had finally lessened a bit. Feelings of relief made me feel weak. My arms and legs were also
こ
sore.
っちはもういいから休んでてくんな。
はい。
I should do these tests for now. I sat down on a nearby seat and threw myself down on the table. I didn't think I could move another step.
お疲れ様。大変だったね。
Although I couldn't move another step, I could turn my neck. I looked up to see who was talking to me. Was he waiting for me the entire time?
ごめんアッシュ。
謝ることはないよ。
でも
君が働いてるところをずっと見てた。飽きることはなかったよ。
What did he mean by that? Was he complimenting me or teasing me? I felt embarrassed and looked down again.
いや助かったぜ。ほらこれはおごりだ。
Oh my god. Soon is gonna be the time I usually wake up at. It's horrible. This time I heard the owner. He dropped down a glass into the table. Now that I thought about it, I hadn't eaten anything. I took it with gratitude. I ate at like 6 p.m. so it's fine. I'm not hungry.
しかし大した手際だったな。あんたこういうとこ働いた。
少しだけですけど。
When I worked as a handyman, I sometimes did service jobs like this.
そりゃますますすげえな。なあ、物は相談なんだがよ。よかったらうちで働いてくれねえか。
はい。
見ての通り、さっき一人逃げられちまったからよ。人を増やさねえととてもじゃねえがやっていけねえ。
はあ、でも私一人じゃ。
I managed to get through it today, but I wasn't confident I could do it again.
ああ、もちろん他にも雇う。それに今日みてえに忙しいのは珍しいんだ。普段はもっと楽だからよ。
でも。
I had my job as a handyman, so I couldn't easily agree to it.
頼む。給料だって弾むし、あんたみてえに働ける女の子はなかなかいねえんだよ。この通り。
Girl, that's right. I'll be working as a girl here. If I worked as a handyman, I'd need to dress like a man, but I didn't really want to do that. I glanced to my side to look. I wonder what he thought about it.
君がここで働くようになったら、確実に毎日会えるようになるね。
Said those words of encouragement again.
昼の間だけでよければ。
ああ、それでいい。
Good.
よし、決まりだな。
Seemed like it was. This might be a good opportunity. I could gradually reduce my handyman work and eventually... If I can be that way in the future, I want it to happen soon. Felt like my whole new world opened up to me. Thanks to that, all my fatigue seemed to melt away.
それじゃあ、明日また来ます。今日はそろそろ。
これから一人で帰るのかい？
I looked outside and it was already dark. Had I been working that long? This long? Well, I'm used to walking at night.
大丈夫だよ、このくらいなら。
いや、よくねえ。こんな時間に女の子一人で返せねえよ。
Maybe because I wasn't used to being treated like a girl, I didn't know how to respond.
部屋ならいくつか空いてるしよ。今夜はうちに泊まってきな。
でも。
そうさせてもらうといい。僕も一部屋借りてるけど、寝心地は悪くないよ。
Ash was staying here too? No wonder he was at the tavern every day. Then I guess I don't have to worry too much.
あ、でもこの酒場って。
I thought they did nighttime work too. The type that couldn't be publicly announced. Huh? Then if Ash is staying here, is he? I had spun and I could tell my face was blushing red.
安心しな。そっちの仕事は別の場所だ。うちはあくまで健全な酒場だからな。
I can go for a long time.
何の話かな?
I could go for longer if I wasn't streaming. But well, if I wasn't streaming, I could also do, like, get distracted by other stuff. But I can't if I'm streaming.
なんでもない。
I was so close to blurting out my thoughts again. Oh yeah, Ash didn't know. That's a relief. Afterwards, the owner took me to my room where I could stay for the night. It was clean and did look comfortable. At the very least, more so than the tower where I lived.
なんならここに住み込みで働いてくれても構わねえぞ。
それは考えておきます。
It wasn't something I could decide on immediately, so I just said that for now. The owner exited, I was left alone in the room. Suddenly, as if my body just remembered, I collapsed in fatigue. It looks horrible. I don't know what she's saying. The tower in bed looks so much better than this. I didn't try to resist and just fell into the bed. What was this? I was tired, but it was a good kind of tiredness. I felt fulfilled and open. It was probably because the fog in my heart was slightly lifted. The fog that had hidden my true feelings since childhood. It might take a little longer until it was completely lifted. When would I be freed from the witch's eye? When could I return to being a normal girl? I just want to live a normal life like any other girl. Not the life of a witch. With that hope in my heart, I fell asleep. I woke up in an unfamiliar room. I instantly realized that what happened yesterday was no dream. I was in a room in the tower instead of the tower. I would be working here starting today. Try to fix my outfit before heading downstairs.
Yeah, ohayo.
Ohayo.
Felt weird seeing him greet me like this, especially when I just woke up.
随分と早いんだね。
アッシュの方こそ。
Man I spoke with the past few days was having an elegant morning tea. It was before opening time, so it might be a service for lodging guests. While I was thinking that, Ash stared at me while holding onto his teacup. He was smiling playfully.
何? 私の顔何かついてる?
寝起きの顔を見たのは初めてだから新鮮だと思って。あとついてるといえば口の周りによだれの跡が少し。
I was caught off guard. I didn't think it's Yash first thing in the morning. No, it's fine. Please distract me. And I lived as a man all my life, so I never quite took care of my appearance.
Oh, おはようさん。今日もよろしく頼むぜ。
I ignored the gruff call of the owner and headed back into my room.
ちょっと顔洗ってきます。
おお。なん。
さーてね。
Hear Ash snickering as I ran off. That was too embarrassing. With that, a new day began in a way I'd never experienced before. Eep, never ever. Truly, I didn't expect this to be so long. What the fuck?
の香草焼き、あとエール3つですね。
おい、こっちもエール追加だ。
はーい、ただいま。
It wasn't as busy as yesterday, but there were a lot of customers today. I left the kitchen to the owner and was alone in the dining hall. What would have happened if I hadn't offered to help? I was so busy I didn't have time to think of the answer, and time continued to pass. Yeah, hi! It's 7 a.m. for me, almost. I started streaming at, what, 6 p.m.?
はい、お疲れ様でした。
しかしすまなかったな。昼の間だけって話だったのによ。
え?
When I looked out the window, it was just as dark as yesterday. I was working that long? I didn't take breaks or eat anything? I was impressed and also a bit shocked at myself. I wasn't planning a 2-hour stream, I was planning a 2 hours of this game. What should I do? Not going back 2 nights in a row? Actually, it won't be that big of a problem. Oh my god. But... thought of the person I saw out of the corner of my eye. I was so focused on writing something that he didn't hear a conversation. We hadn't spoken since the morning pleasantries. Maybe it was because of that I didn't want to leave.
それじゃあ、もう一晩だけ。
ああ、自分の家だと思って遠慮なく使ってくれていいからよ。
Next day, I woke up at the tavern again. It wasn't a dream, and I woke with a sense of relief. Next day and the day after, I stayed at the tavern without returning to the tower. Oh my god. And by doing that, I lived a life as a girl each day. It became a part of my life, and gradually we spent more time together. We greeted each other in the morning and ate breakfast together before opening. After learning the ropes here, I was able to take more breaks. I used that time to talk with him. When the sun set and the tavern closed, I said my goodbyes to end the day. Good luck at work! I did feel a little guilty. I'd been completely skipping my work as a handyman. I'd also couldn't stop visiting Francisca even though I used to go all the time. But if I returned to the tower or to Francisca, I had the feeling my life here would vanish like a dream. If I returned as the man Jed, maybe the red eye would return too. I would live a life in fear of being called a witch again. Being pushed by the fear, I continued to cling on to my life here. I was pulled away from my sweet dream and woke up. It was dark all around me. This was not the tower. It wasn't the bed I've dreamed was burning.
違う。私は
What was I? I'm not Jed or the witch, then who am I?
寒い。
I rubbed my arms with my palms. I felt like I was thrown out into the cold and desolate world on my own. Okay, let's see. What was the right choice? Okay, so this is where it splits off. Well, honestly, it was kind of boring apart from the only, and I wasn't even talking much apart from like, apart from Levy's ending, it was boring for the most part. It wasn't really, I was kind of silent. And then I was yelling on Levy's ending because Levy. Levy. Did I save? I'll save again. Let's see. Go back to sleep. I should go to sleep. I climbed into the warm sheets and soon dozed off. The vision faded and I fell into a dream.
お姉ちゃんいつもの
What do you mean? Oh, did he die so he died thing? Oh, that's not really a spoiler. That's... Let's just say the ending was open-ended. So the messages don't really apply. The messages don't apply.
はーい。鴨肉のローストと大ジョッキお願いします。
はいよ
I mean, I'm not gonna spoil it.
今日はなんかおすすめある？
いい野菜が入ったって店長言ってましたけど。
野菜か。あ、まあ。
I wonder how much my neighbors hate me.
じゃあ。
かしこまりました。
Became more skilled in this line of work by the day. I was also starting to remember what the regulars like to eat. Because of that, I was able to take small breaks here and there.
すっかり看板娘だね。
そんなんじゃないよ。
During my breaks, I always stood there. Right next to Ash, we sat at the same table reading books every single day.
そうかな。君目当てのお客さんもいるみたいだけど。
まさかそんな。
おーい注文頼む。
はーい、ただいま。
They were always short breaks, so I wasn't able to talk too much, but I was actually pretty satisfied with it. Ash, on the other hand, took care of the orders and quickly returned to my usual position.
ごめんね、話の途中で。
本当に大人気だね。
There was something pointed about the way he said that.
そんなんじゃないって。私はただ仕事で。
うん。
Oh my god, I need to finish this faster.
僕としてはちょっと面白くないけど。
Holy shit, this is the first time he looks angry. What? Never seen Ash act like this. He was like he was pounding or sulking. I think Levy made this kind of face when Francisca praised Lavon. Was it even possible for Ash to sulk when he was older than me? Maybe it was sometimes childish, so he probably couldn't help it.
アッシュ
Tried to get him to cheer up, but was immediately interrupted.
やっちまった。安っぽいグラス使ってやがるな。
もうあんた飲みすぎ。ちょっと店員さん、これさっさと片付けて。
Oh, right.
はい。
Well, it is what it is. The customer had dropped his glass into the floor. He had been coming here quite often these past few days. He was with a woman and was rather drunk. He had some nerve drinking so much during the day. I glanced at Ash to apologize as I went to clean up the broken glass.
でもいいの？彼女のことほったらかしで。
酒がまずくなる話すんじゃねえ。いいんだよ。あいつがいなくなったから、ようやくこの店で飲めるようになったし。
Unroll was crouched down to clean up. They were still talking. Well, they were customers, and it was pointless to get mad at drunks. You could at least say you were sorry. I got slightly irritated as I thought that, and I heard someone approaching me. I wondered who it was and looked up.
そういうことだったんだ。
ああ。なんでお前がここに？
ああ、最悪。
I could sense an impending fight coming on. She was the girl who used to work here before
この
me.
浮気者最
違う。これそういうんじゃ。まあそうだよな。
私知らない。そういうのは二人だけでやって。じゃあね。
It's so light outside. Oh my god.
待つのはあんたの方よ。私が必死に働いてる間に別の女作ったりして。
だからそういうんじゃねえって。
信じらんない。この浮気男。
何？
はあ？
I don't know. The couple started arguing while I was still crouched on the floor. What should I do? I felt like I should stop them, but I didn't want to get involved.
私だって会えないのが嫌で仕事辞めたのに。
ああ、うっせえ。
なんです？
この店見てみろ。まあ。
Got dragged into the mess without knowing it. That really was out of line. I was almost certain that she was working really hard. Otherwise, you wouldn't even last for a day. I was about to give him a piece of my mind when... She must have been really shocked. The girl was crying, her voice muffled.
ひどい。
なんよ。
だからって言っていいことと悪いことがあるよ。
何よ。
そんなことないよ。君がいた。むしろ私に代わってから少し。
本当に。
Seemed to be calming down. The man did as well and was looking slightly awkward at the situation.
この人と会える時間がなかったから。最初は自分勝手な子だなって思った。
でもさっきの女はそういうんじゃねえんだ。
でもあんた全然会ってくれ。
お前が仕事辞めたって聞いて嬉しい。俺が情け。
I was still pouting a bit. It was like she couldn't bring herself to forgive him yet. I was sure they both loved each other very much. That much I could tell.
自分に正直にならないとダメ。
でも
せっかく好きな人同士で付き合ってるんだから。
I knew I was getting nosy, but I wanted people who loved each other very much to stay
今
together.
回だけ。
ああ、約束する。
She's saying that the two hugged. The other customers were watching with bated breath, and they all cheered and applauded at the same time. The owner came out of the
いや
kitchen.
悪かったな。それでよ。もちろん仕事は減らす。前の半分。
When a bigger cheer came from the crowd, it seemed all was well that ended well. The two of them hugged once more, not even hiding how happy they were, and with the blessings of everyone around them. Whoa! And then everyone clapped. That's nice. If I ever were to have a lover, would I be like that? Although it would be too embarrassing to do that in public. Oops, I left Ash hanging. He was quite irritated when this commotion started. The couple made up behind me. I turned to the usual
アッシュ
spot.
ごめん。なんだか大きな騒ぎになっちゃって。
自分に正直にならないとダメ。
何？
Because the customers were still cheering. I couldn't make out Ash's mumbling.
なんでもないよ。それより今日の夜、時間あるかな？
夜？多分大丈夫だけど。
よかった。それじゃあまたその時話したいことがある。
After saying that, Ash left his table. It was the first time he left while I was still working. I was sure it would be fine. He was smiling a bit more. But I wonder what he wants to talk about. Ba-ba-ba-ba-bam. Alright, what is it? This is so long. Hold on. Oh my god. Why does it have so many chapters? I'm sorry. What? I'm stressed. How much longer do I have to go for? Please, it's 7 a.m. After finishing work, I was restless in my room. Usually I take a bath and go to sleep, but I promised to meet Ash tonight. He never came back after that. Another person sat at his usual table and I felt reluctant serving it. Should I just wait here or should I go and see him? Right when I was starting to get even more impatient, I heard a knock on my door.
ごめん。待たせちゃったかな。
そんなことないけど。
Try to hide how impatient I'd been.
ならよかった。それじゃあ行こうか。
Too late now.
行くってどこへ？
それは着いてからのお楽しみ。
Took my hand as we headed into town. The fog wasn't that thick, but I could barely see Ash's back. I doubted he'd go too far, that was what I thought. He led me through the town and into the forest.
アッシュ？
いいから。
He cut me off. I'd been through this forest by myself and I still lived in the tower. There were times when I walked through it even later. But I wondered why the forest felt so scary today. Without knowing, I gripped Ash's hand tighter.
もう少しだから。ほら。
I looked up and saw a bright white light. It was an open area of the forest where it appeared snow had piled up. But I was wrong. I walked a little further and felt something soft at my feet. It wasn't the cold feeling of snow, it was something much warmer than that. What? Oh. This place. The fog lifted above the... Mm-hmm.
君に見せたかったんだ。
I think I might not read these out loud anymore.
こんな場所があったんだ。
僕も最初に見たときは驚いた。
どうして私をここに？
率直に言うとね、君に恋をしてしまったんだ。
Oh my god! What the heck? That was so sudden.
自分に正直にならないとダメだ。だから僕も自分に正直に君に気持ちを伝えようと思ったんだ。
でも私も
Oh my god.
私も
Or Ash! I don't know what to call him anymore.
本当?
Our eye... Okay, for some reason, no one can see the eye turning red anymore.
そばにいるとドキドキするし。
It's weird.
でも離れると寂しいし。もっと一緒にいたいって思う。こんなこと初めてでわからないんだけど。
そう。
そっか。これが。私、アッシュに恋してるよ。
嬉しい。ねえ、君に触れたいんだ。
What? What? This ending is so out of nowhere. Like, where the fuck did this come from? So, what is happening? Gallery completion 100%. Well, I completed the gallery.
君に僕を見てもらいたい。もっと話したい。
まだ知り合って間もないのに。
不思議だよね。でも、だから君と一緒にいたいと思った。
Yeah, but I guess there aren't any CGs there. Hopefully that means it's short. Yeah, I hope that means it's short. It splits off from this one. Shut the fuck up.
どうして謝るの？
僕の物語を読んでもらうということは、君から物語を奪うことだから。君がこれから読むはずだったいくつもの物語を。
それは違うよ。私が読みたかったから読んだんだ。私がアッシュに会いたかったから。
僕はずっと一人きりで旅をしてきた。
うん。
だから今はとても嬉しいんだ。
Me too. Oh, wait, I'm right. I'm not reading this anymore. Oh god. I can't believe Hugh has fucking 2 endings.
おとぎ話のような光景だね。
うん。とっても。
どうしたの？
嬉しいんだ。これからこうやって過ごしていけることが。
And on this day, this town's closed in winter, a boy and a witch vanished, and a girl who lived in happiness was born. Oh my god. Unlock the Traveler's ending. I have 3 more achievements. I'm not quite sure what they are. Now, let's see, hold on. Did it unlock the notes? No, it didn't. Not yet. Alright, let's do this ending then. Should I ask for some water?
おや？
アッシュ？
君も眠れなかったのかな？どうしたんだい？
アッシュは前に私を素敵な女の子だって褒めてくれたよね。
うん。
そんなことないんだ。私は嘘つきで臆病者で、今だって
What is this ending? Because this one isn't a Hugh ending. There's some other one.
「これは誰にも話したことがない。手記にも書き留めていない物語だ。今は幕開ということで、君になら特別に話してあげよう。
Oh, intermission. Oh, he's back to the clothes.
僕が旅人ということは前に話したよね。
うん。 いろいろな場所に行ったって。
僕は一人で旅をする前、とある魔女に命を助けられたんだ。
魔女。
肩を怪我してしまってね。冷たい雪に埋もれて何時間も経っていた。
How the
次
fuck
第
is
に
he
体力
alive?
がなくなって、このまま命を失うのだろう。そう思った時に拾われたんだ。魔女は別に伝承のように恐ろしいことをするわけじゃない。彼女は一人きりで暮らしていた。たまに千里眼で見た遠い世界に思いを馳せたり、それを物語に起こしたりしてね。変わった女性だった。人嫌いの人好きで、離れたところに暮らす娘が一人。魔女の力はその娘。わけあって僕は魔女たちから離れることになったけど、だからこうして魔女の伝承。
その魔女たちは今。
大昔の話だからね。
じゃあ
どうしてだろうね。僕が魔女の物語に執着。
アッシュ自身。
僕は自分が何者なのかわからないんだ。だから君と話をするのは楽しい。役をもらえているような気がしてね。例えば僕が君の目に映らなければ、僕は君とここ。
それは。
僕は僕とこうして物語を紡いでくれる君が気に入っている。ここで君と話した時間はとても楽しかった。君が何者でもそれは変わらない。君は。
うん、私も毎日楽しいよ。
だから欲が出てしまうのかな。
I'm so eepy. I'm feeling it.
さ、そろそろ部屋に戻るといい。
あ、自分で。
構わないよ。ごめんね。
Is he gonna murder us? Or not?
早
Okay.
くおやすみ。ここで話したことは幕愛の夢。すべては。
No! He's gone. Okay, now I can just skip this. Is it actually gonna be different? What are the changes? Wait, what? Wait, what? Oh. Huh? What is this? He heaved a sigh after closing the notebook. The heat from both eyes subsided.
どうだった？
The man who called himself a traveler still wore the same smile.
あなたずるいわ。周りの人の目をくらますなんて反則よ。でもこのお話では普通の女の子になることを選んだのね。
I don't think it's a 100% bonus. I think it's because of the choice I did there.
この子の目にはあなたは素敵な普通の青年で。
君は僕が彼女を代役にしたと思う？
うんうん、思わないわ。だってあなた寂しかったのでしょ。
The credits are after every single ending.
それにあなたこの子のことが好きになったんでしょ。
ん？
一緒にいて楽しかったのよね。もっと話をしていたいって思ったのよね。それはもう恋よ。あなたはもう灰の魔女と暮らしていた鷹じゃないのよ。
Oh.
何者にだってなれるんだから。恋の相手にだって導き手にだってあなた次第で好きな未来を選ぶことができるわ。
それは とても魅力的で。それじゃあ僕はそろそろ行くよ。
どこへ？
流れ着くまま次の場所へ。それじゃあいつかまた。
お名前聞いてもいい？
ジェド。
それは本当のお名前かしら？
エアル。
エアル。決めた。
こんなところにいたのか。
What is happening? Why are there like multiple worlds?
出かけるぞ。そんな格好では風邪をひく。
一体どこに連れて行ってくれるの？
もうすぐだ。
やっぱり教えてくれないのね。
着けばわかる。
Pretty.
すごい。
これを見せてやりたくてな。
それでわざわざ連れてきてくれたの？
いや、もう一つある。
Shut up. It's pretty.
ペンダント？
Oh god, not one of those gems.
これをお前に渡したくてな。
私に？
結婚してからお前には何もしてやれていないからな。俺の一番大切なものを。なぜ笑う？
ごめんなさい。
気に入ってくれたか？
いいえ、ペンダントのことじゃ。ごめんなさい。ペンダントもとっても素敵。あなたはいつも一生懸命な人。そんなあなたとこの町の人たちが私は大好きよ。あなたの大切にしていた
Come on, I need to finish the game faster. I need to feed my cats. It's already morning.
そうか。
それとね、実は私も伝えたいことがあるの。あなたの子供ができました。
名前をつけなくては。
名前はね、もう決まっているの。
何？
Yes.
エアルっていうの。
But it doesn't really daily life events.
エアル？
ええ、きっと女の子よ。
なぜわかる？
だって私は魔女です。
未来を見ることができ。
さあ、
お前の言うことだ。
それでどうかしら。
良い名だ。
この子はね、フランシスカみたいにしっかり者で、あなたのように強い子になるの。
俺はお前のように
きっとなれる。私にはわかるわ。
It's so weird. Because it's like a different world or something. But it's like past. But it's like, I don't know. Yeah. Is it over? Oh my god. Is it all I'm missing one achievement, by the way. Hold on. Is it a note? I got a note. Okay, here we go. It's probably a note, I'm
2つの種
guessing.
族に分かれた獣たちが暮らしていました。獣たちはとても仲が悪く、
Wait, haven't I heard of this again
そ
already?
んなある日、女は獣へどうして憎み合っ獣は女、私たちの本、女は悲しそうに、あなたたちが殺し合えば、あなたたちの子供、
I'm
そのま
gonna
た子供、
fast read through this.
果てはその争いと争いが獣は女のこと、私たちはずっと殺し合ってきた、その連鎖を止める、そうして獣たちは女の言葉を、ある日2匹は野をかけ山をかけ、しかし獣は悩みました。このままでは私はそれから一夜にどうか私たちの、女はその願いをこれで獣は喜び、しかし願いには大失、女の目が、そうこれは魔石、魔女はそう告げ、獣は言います。それならば魔女は答えます。ならばまた獣はさらに、それならば魔女はまた答え、ならばまた次の赤い目、そして獣は恐ろしくな、二種族の獣たちは魔女は蝶となりどこかへ、こうして獣たちめでた、
Medetashi? The song? Wait, what's the last achievement? What's the last achievement? What the fuck? What am I missing? Wait, is there a note? If the final... Oh. If the final trophy doesn't unlock after finishing this ending, go back to map 8 and select the choices on short episodes you haven't made in the game to complete it. Oh, okay. Map 8. Ah, I see. I see what this is. Hold on. This one, I guess? Never mind. Hold on. I'm gonna have to mess around with this a little bit. Cleared, cleared. Fuck. Wait, no. Huh? I haven't chosen a choice here. Hold on. There's one choice I haven't chosen here. Okay, that didn't count. Unclear all. What does this mean? Unclear? Okay, sure. Let's just go through this. Hopefully the guide is right and it's because of this that I didn't get the final achievement. Haven't chosen this one. I don't understand. How do I make it work? Here? Oh, here we go. I got the achievement. Here we go. I got the achievement. Flowchart completion at 100%. Can you believe it? It's over. I 100%ed this game. It only took me 14 hours almost. It is 7 a.m. I'm gonna go sleep. I'm gonna go feed my cats. So I'm gonna go. Alright. Have fun looking at the ending screen, I guess.
う